Chapter 1978. Haha, this flying boat is really good. It's really resistant to attacks. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. He said wildly amidst the lightning and thunder, "It can actually resist heaven's punishment for so long. Ha ha ha! Good stuff, General Meng. General Meng, if you had known earlier, you might as well have given me one. Why bother?" Ah, in the end his joy turned to sorrow, and he was struck by lightning once. Meng Wuya gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Chu Yang, don't be complacent. From today onwards, you and I are mortal enemies." Chu Yang laughed heartily. His sword forced a silver-armored soldier into a fluster. Then lightning struck down and turned this silver-armored soldier into a fireball. Chu Yang laughed and said, "General Meng, what are you talking about? I thought we were already mortal enemies. Could it be that you have never treated me as a mortal enemy before? Otherwise, why did you have to be mortal enemies after today? Are you a few years old and your brain is not as bright?" Ha ha ha. Chu Yang only dared to provoke Meng Wuya this time. He also knew that he could not attack Meng Wuya today. It was a life and death situation now. He still had a chance of survival, but if he let Meng Wuya attack, heaven's punishment would be upgraded to the level of a saint. He would be finished. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He turned over and stood up, once again entering the battlefield. At this moment, there were already many huge lake areas here. The originally lush forest was basically nowhere to be seen. Also, it was not as convenient for Chu Yang to find targets as before. It could even be said that it was very strenuous, because there were fewer enemies to attack and they were very scattered. He could only follow the lightning, but the danger of doing so would undoubtedly increase greatly. The person who suffered the most from heaven's punishment this time was still Chu Yang, because after triggering heaven's punishment, the pressure Chu Yang had to bear was several times that of others, especially his dantian, which had to bear different types of heaven's punishment. This made Chu Yang's situation even worse. If the spiritual energy in his body was not gushing out more and more crazily, if the calamity sword was not able to effectively block a considerable part of it, if he did not have heavy pills at this moment, Chu Yang might have already turned into a piece of coal. The sky was filled with ashes. Even so, Chu Yang had nearly been turned into charcoal several times, and had the opportunity to turn into ashes. A battle of heavenly punishment was led into the battlefield by Chu Yang in such a manner. It completely changed the situation of the battle. The losses caused by this battle were already incalculable, even if it was analyzed using the most basic and conservative method. Mo Yuntian had over 1,000 people participating in this round of battle. Almost half of them were destroyed by the heavenly punishment. There were also the 3 flying boats, and the others. Anyway, there were a lot of them. Chu Yang exhausted the last of his strength and continued to rush out. But he still passed by Meng Wuya when he was about to leave. He even waved his hand. "General Meng, come and chase me. Didn't you want to fight to the death with me?" Meng Wuya gritted his teeth. If he could catch up, how can this old man let you escape unscathed? The problem now is that the heavenly punishment is about to pass. If I make a move now, none of the 1,000 or so people who barely survived will be able to survive. Therefore, a strange situation had occurred. Enemies were all around them, but everyone couldn't even take care of themselves and was struggling to survive. Chu Yang swaggered past Meng Wuya, and Meng Wuya could only look on helplessly as Chu Yang fluttered away. He couldn't stop him at all, and he didn't dare to. For such a situation to occur between 2 parties who were mortal enemies was simply an inconceivable scene. But under the huge threat of the heavenly punishment, this was the only way. Chu Yang took advantage of the fact that the heavenly punishment wasn't over, and the enemies didn't dare to chase after him, and flew into the forest like a meteor. In the sky behind him, a huge eye followed closely, and lightning flashed, preparing for the final attack. If he could survive this attack, Chu Yang would truly be promoted to the level of a celestial being. However, if he couldn't endure it, he would die and his Tao would vanish, turning into ashes. In a faraway place, Yen Russian and the Eastern Royal Heavens Army watched all this, and everyone's scalp went numb. No one would have thought that Chu Yang would use such a decisive method to fight against Mo Yuntian. Fighting against the heavenly punishment. The fewer people there were, the better, and they had to concentrate all their energy and make all the preparations before they dared to try. Even so, they might not be able to survive safely. The probability of failure was almost as high as 100%, but Chu Yang's breakthrough was actually the more people there were, the better. What kind of bullshit model was this? Seeing a huge mountain that stretched for 2,000 li being reduced to a flat plain, and even lakes appearing one after another, everyone's hearts trembled incomparably. Everyone couldn't help but sympathize with Mo Yuntian and his men. Encountering such a lunatic, such a lawless murderer, it was really, 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 really too unfortunate. Yen Russian first condemned Meng Wuya's act of burning the plains, and then extorted a huge sum of money from him. Then he followed all the way, thinking about how to make a move at the crucial moment. But now, even Yen Russian felt a little speechless. Meng Wuya. Sigh, General Meng is really too pitiful now. If I were to be played like this, oh, that would be a fate worse than death. But Chu Yang was facing the last heavenly punishment, and it was also the strongest one. Could he survive? Just as Yen Russian was guessing and worrying, and Meng Wuya was also waiting and looking forward to it, suddenly a rainbow-colored light burst out from the sky. A brightly colored lightning ball with a purple luster suddenly formed. Then, as if it was going to drill through the entire earth, it fell with a loud bang, in the direction where Chu Yang had escaped. It was an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Meng Wuya stared at it, his eyes full of hope. Under the heavenly tribulation lightning, how could a demon like you not die? There was no justice in this world if you didn't die. Yen Russian and the rest also stared at it, their eyes full of hope. You are a monster, a legend, a legend. If you can't die under such destructive tribulation lightning, then you are a monster, a legend. Come on, create another miracle. You are a demon who specializes in creating miracles. Live on. Yen Russian prayed in his heart. The huge ball of lightning. It was as if it had hollowed out the entire sky, and it came crashing down with a long tail behind it. In a flash, it crossed the distance between heaven and earth, even. Everyone could clearly see that the lightning made a turn, and it followed a strange trajectory that was filled with the principles of heaven and earth. It seemed that Chu Yang was still desperately trying to avoid it, but under the heavenly tribulation lightning, everything was in vain, in vain. Then, boom, an earth-shattering sound reverberated. This loud sound shook the earth, the sky, and everyone present was shocked. Even Meng Wuya, who had the highest cultivation level among them, felt dizzy at that moment. Then a huge mushroom cloud rose from afar. Puff, 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 puff. Countless gravel of different sizes. It was more than 1,000 times denser than the densest rainstorm, and it spread out in all directions. The next moment, the forest within a few thousand miles was instantly riddled with holes, and it was a scene of devastation. Everyone's reaction was very consistent, and they all gasped in unison. Looking at the pile of gravel in front of them, everyone was speechless. Those shallow lakes that had just been blasted out were instantly filled up and turned into piles of gravel. Countless people who had been lucky enough to survive the heavenly punishment were in the midst of regulating their breathing, and they were unprepared to be crushed under the gravel again. When they crawled out and looked at the situation in front of them, they only felt their hair stand on end. This was the first time the elders had seen such a profound change in the course of a single heavenly tribulation. It was 10 times or even 100 times more powerful than the legends. It was too exaggerated. In that case, would Chu Yang be able to survive such a terrifying heavenly punishment? This was undoubtedly the biggest question in everyone's heart. After all, Chu Yang's heavenly punishment this time had completely exceeded the degree of heavenly punishment that he should have withstood, and it was more than twice as strong. The last blow could not be avoided, and he could only face it head-on. But even if Meng Wuya was at his peak, he was not confident that he could take this blow, let alone Chu Yang, who had just broken through to the heavenly human stage. Was he destined to die under this attack? Meng Wuya firmly believed that this was the case. If this demon did not die, the heavens would not allow it. Yen Russian also believed that Chu Yang had always been in existence that created miracles. He would definitely be fine. After this huge explosion, the eye in the sky suddenly disappeared and turned back into a thick layer of clouds. Gradually, the wind also weakened, and only the downpour continued, and it was getting heavier and heavier. Raindrops the size of soybeans fell crazily, and people could not open their eyes. First, do a head count and gather all the survivors and escapees together. Meng Wuya gave his first order after the heavenly punishment. His face was pale, and his body was trembling. When he said this, his voice even showed a sense of old and powerlessness. This situation had never happened to Meng Wuya before, and it was definitely not something that should have happened. But at this moment, this situation had happened. This encirclement of Chu Yang was a huge blow to Meng Wuya's confidence. Not long after, Mo Yuntian's team had gathered. Reporting to General, after the heavenly punishment, we still have 2,050 people left. The rest have already. The silver-armored commander stepped forward to report. Hearing this number, Meng Wuya's heart suddenly tightened, and an indescribable pain caused his vision to turn black. Today is Lazy Cat's birthday. Yes, she is the original form of the sneaky wife in the book, Lazy Cat. Hee birthday girl. Let us wish the birthday star a happy birthday. Every year we will have this day. Last night, I dragged my cousin to have a massage with me, and then we had dinner together. There was also a friend of my cousin's at the dinner table. Cough, cough. The most amazing thing was that this friend was actually a fan of our book. One night, interrogated me for an entire night. All the questions about the plot were sorted out, and I had to answer them. It was like bubble gum sticking to me and not giving up. Chapter 1979. 2,050 people. Not long ago, he had brought 10,000 elites to the Eastern Royal Heavens. He was full of confidence and high spirits. Now he had lost 70% of his men before the mission was completed. Facing such a huge loss, Meng Wuya felt an unbearable sense of defeat. More than 7,000 peak martial saints and even heavenly human experts had fallen just like that, just for one Chu Yang. Even now, they still couldn't confirm whether the main culprit had already perished in the world. Spread out some men and check carefully. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Even if it's his flesh and bones, I want to know if he's dead or alive. Meng Wuya's face was extremely ugly. Yes, sir. After a while, Mo Yuntian and the rest stood beside a huge lake that was obviously newly opened. They were speechless for a moment. This was the place where the huge lightning ball had landed. Right now, the center was still bubbling with water, and the water level was still rising rapidly. The torrential downpour had turned into countless torrents of water surging into this place. There was no one around. Then, was Chu Yang alive or dead? Was he going to be reduced to ashes, or was he going to search? Search carefully. Don't let go of any clues. I want a definite answer. Meng Wuya ordered again. Yes, sir. At the same time, Yen Russian and the rest had also landed. When they saw this, they were also dumbfounded and speechless. If Chu Yang was dead, this death hunt would naturally come to an end. But what if Chu Yang was still alive? Then, this hunt would have to continue. Meng Wuya was praying now. Heavens, please open your eyes and let Chu Yang die. Such an enemy is really too scary. I don't have the energy to play with him anymore. Some hoped that Chu Yang would die. Some hoped that he would live. But where was Chu Yang now? When the lightning ball landed, Chu Yang had already stopped in his tracks. There was no point in running. Facing the final attack of Tian Fa, there was no way to escape. He could only bear it. He had to bear it head-on. If he could bear it, he would live. If he couldn't bear it, he would die. It was that simple. At that point in time, Chu Yang's situation had already left Meng Wuya and Mo Yuntian's line of sight. Meng Wu, you didn't dare to chase after him, and the others either couldn't take care of themselves or had already fled far away. As long as he could endure this final attack, everything would be over. However, the degree of terror of Tian Fa's final strike was still beyond Chu Yang's expectations. The moment the huge lightning ball smashed down, Chu Yang let out a muffled groan. His tribulation sword flashed crazily. It was as if he had really gone crazy and started to swing his sword to the extreme. This was definitely the fastest and most frequently wielded calamity sword that Chu Yang had ever used in his life. In that split second, even Chu Yang himself didn't know how many sword moves he had made. In any case, he just kept making sword moves without stopping. There was only one thought in his mind, sword-cutting heavenly thunder. This was a suicidal move, and it was also the ultimate move to defend oneself to the extreme. Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I am alive, you will not have to worry. Chu Yang seemed to have gone mad. His calamity sword flashed with thousands of strands of auspicious qi. In this short blink of an eye, Chu Yang had repeatedly used this move at least 10 times. In that split second, his dantian was emptied. All the power was swept away because of the sword move, and the rich spiritual energy that was constantly flowing in and washing Chu Yang's body was also emptied in that split second, a total of 10 times. A dense defensive sword net blocked the path of Tian Fa's attack, just like that. The density of the sword net that Chu Yang had created reached a thickness of 1,000 feet, surging and surging. It was like a sword mountain that had a life of its own. Chu Yang himself was hidden behind this mountain. With a boom, Tian Fa fell. It was a sword net without any tricks. Layer by layer, it was torn apart and disintegrated. In just a split second, it had already broken through half of the sword net's thickness. Chu Yang roared angrily. The sword intent carried all his essence, qi and spirit as it surged out. Immediately after, there was a huge explosion. Chu Yang felt as if there was a loud bang in his head. Then he didn't know anything after that. This sword, whether it could be blocked or not, he had already done his best. The rest was up to heaven's will. If heavens will favors me, I will live. If heavens will forsake me, I will die. That was all. If someone happened to be in the vicinity of the heavenly punishment's final attack, they would discover that Chu Yang's body was like a small blade of grass in the midst of a hurricane. He would have been swept up by the hurricane and would have fluttered into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he would have turned into a feather in the blue dome of heaven and floated to an unknown location. No one knew how far he had floated. No one knew whether Chu Yang was dead or alive. With Chu Yang's current state, he was still unconscious. When the wind stopped, he fell freely. Could it be that the legendary strongest calamity sword master of the heavens was going to fall to his death? Wouldn't such a way of dying be a little too funny? It was too embarrassing. But in the current situation, it seemed like it was really possible this was a small and quiet valley. At the end of the valley, there was a small hut. A girl in white, with a gentle face, was fetching water from the stream. She used a wooden bucket to carry the water back and poured it into the wooden basin. Inside the wooden basin was a pile of clothes. The sky was especially gloomy. It was obviously going to rain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the distance. It was unknown where the heavy rain had started, but it hadn't spread over yet. But the air was heavy and oppressive. In front of the hut, a tall and sturdy young man was sitting with his eyes closed. His whole body was flowing with a kind of sparkling blue light. This kind of color was obviously a sign of peak heaven level. Obviously, this young man was concentrating on cultivating. A broadsword was placed beside him. This broadsword was actually as big as this young man's figure, filled with a majestic aura. After a long while, the young man opened his eyes and stood up with a sound. "How is it today? Did you make any progress?" The girl blinked and asked. Her tone was full of concern. "It's going very well. I believe that in a few more days I will be able to absorb all the hidden effects of the medicine." The tall and sturdy young man smiled slightly and said, "This Heaven Imperial Court is indeed a good place. When you and I were being hunted down, we thought that it would be impossible for us to survive. But who would have thought that we would encounter such a great opportunity at the critical moment of life and death? It allowed us to obtain this rare and miraculous medicine. It is true that fortune and misfortune depend on each other. My cultivation has increased by more than 10 levels in these 2 months, but I haven't fully absorbed the medicine's effects. There is still room for improvement. This is your fortune." The girl in white pursed her lips and smiled. "It's our fortune." The tall and sturdy young man held the girl in his arms and said dotingly. The girl in white leaned gently in his arms. Her face was full of happiness. "When I've fully absorbed the medicine, I'll bring you out to roam the martial world and find those old opponents. I believe they should have made considerable progress." The tall and sturdy young man laughed. Between his brows, there was a kind of fierce and domineering aura. "I want to let them have a taste of my current strength," the girl in white said confidently. "They're definitely not as good as you now." The tall and sturdy young man nodded and said, "That's not necessarily true. Since I can get such an opportunity, their opportunities may not be as good as mine. Even if we fight now, it's still hard to say who will win." He said, "It's still hard to say who will win." But his face was full of confidence. It was full of confidence that he would win. "After that wish is fulfilled, the two of us will build a foundation that belongs to us in this Heaven Imperial Court and create a future." The tall and sturdy young man said lightly, "We'll establish a foothold and challenge the world with our swords." The girl in white said softly, "We'll do whatever you say." "Whatever you say, it's definitely right. I'll listen to you. Wherever you go, I'll follow you." The tall and sturdy young man smiled contentedly and said, "Yes, wherever I go, you'll follow me. Wherever you go, I'll be there." The girl nodded, and her eyes were full of happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, there was a sudden swoosh sound, as if something flew over. The tall and sturdy young man was stunned and looked up. Just as he looked up, a human-shaped object flew over from the sky and smashed into the small thatched cottage with a boom. Boom! The thatched cottage was instantly torn into pieces. There was a bang sound followed by "Kacha!" It seemed that the only bed in the thatched cottage was also smashed into pieces by the human-shaped object that descended from the sky. Then there was another boom sound. That human-shaped object smashed the thatched cottage and the bed. It didn't lose its strength and smashed a deep hole in the ground, finally ending the process of this collision. The tall and sturdy young man and the girl in white both opened their mouths in shock. Because of this sudden change, they were so shocked that they couldn't figure out what was going on. What was going on? How could this be? Just like that, he watched his own room and his own bed being smashed into pieces without any warning. This feeling was extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, there were only ruins in front of them. This was too. What did my room do to offend you? You just smashed it like that. The tall and sturdy young man strode forward and said, "What exactly is that human-shaped object? How could it be so domineering and actually destroy my room in one go?" He was also bold because of his skills. He didn't care about anything and just rushed in. The girl in white was worried that he would be hurt and hurriedly followed him in. The two of them came in front of the big hole. The place where their room used to be had now turned into a huge hole that was at least 3 feet deep. There was actually a person lying at the bottom. Chapter 1980. It seems like it's a person. This person's entire body seemed to have turned into charcoal. There were even wisps of smoke rising from some places. It was as if a corpse had been placed in a crematorium but had escaped. It was a very strange feeling. It's a person, and he's still alive. The burly young man frowned. He couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This guy is really strong. He flew from such a far place and destroyed my house. He even smashed into the ground. His entire body is smoking and burning, but he's still alive. The girl in white asked curiously, "He's not dead?" The burly young man nodded slowly. There's still a heartbeat. He's still alive. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "It seems that this guy must have provoked some big trouble. Do you think this person can be saved? If he can..." The girl in white was very compassionate. "Let me see." The burly young man agreed. Then he jumped into the pit and carried the unconscious person out. He turned over and saw the face of the unconscious person. He couldn't help but be startled. Then he was stunned. Then he was shocked. He said, tongue-tied, "Oh my God! How could it be him?" The burly young man recognized this person. "Who are they?" "Him." The girl in white was puzzled. "Who is he? Is he an acquaintance of ours?" The burly young man didn't answer. He just carefully carried the person out. Then he hurriedly gathered some withered grass and made a simple bed. Then he put the person in his arms on it. Then he took out a medicine bottle from his bosom. Then he took out a pill and put it in the person's mouth. Then he operated his martial arts. He helped the man dissolve the medicine and stabilized his heart meridians so that he would not lose his life. Then he began to carefully treat the hundreds of wounds on the man's body. After busying himself for a while, he finally opened his mouth. "Juan, you know this person as well. He is our old friend. He is someone who has helped us before, but he is also our enemy." The white-clothed girl looked at the unconscious and extremely weak face in front of her. She vaguely felt that she knew something. She said, "Is this person also from the Chongtian continent? Otherwise, how could he be an old friend?" "That's right." The burly young man looked at the person in front of him deeply. With a complicated accent, he said, "This person is the common boss of all my opponents, the master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang." "Ah, it's him." The white-clothed girl covered her mouth. It was no wonder that the white-clothed girl was shocked. Chu Yang, the Calamity Sword Master, was too famous in the Heavenly Layer continent. He was a legendary figure. It was just that at this very moment, this legendary figure had appeared in front of the two of them in such a sorry state. They truly felt that many legends had been shattered. "Isn't it him? He gave me the medicine. It was also him who saved my life. It was also him who gave me heavenly treasures to help me stabilize my foundation. It was also him. He was the one who gave us the medicine and allowed you to ascend with me." The burly young man's voice was filled with too many sighs. The moment he saw the person in front of him, he seemed to recall a lot of long-lost memories. Suddenly, another scene appeared in front of his eyes. "But it was also because of him that my clan in the upper 3 heavens was destroyed. Except for me, no one else survived. It was also because of him that many clans in the upper 3 heavens, including the Li clan, were also destroyed." The burly young man smiled bitterly. "It's really a tangle of grievances." "Then, will you save him?" the white-clothed girl asked a little anxiously. "How can I not save him?" The burly young man smiled boldly. "I, Li Xiong too, want to defeat him. But I have to wait until he recovers from his injuries and have a proper battle. How can I, Li Xiong too, take advantage of someone's perilous state and not save him?" This burly young man was Li Xiong too, who appreciated Chu Yang in the Heavenly Layer continent, but also had grievances with him. As for the white-clothed girl, she was Li Xiong too's wife, Meng Huan, who also came from the Heavenly Layer continent. The white-clothed girl, Meng Huan, heaved a sigh of relief. Then she became worried again. But looking at him, his enemy must be very powerful. "With the strength of the two of us, I'm afraid," Li Xiong too snorted and said, "Even if the enemy is powerful, so what? even if the enemy is the heavenly emperor of this world. So what? Can I, Li Xiong too, disregard gratitude and righteousness? The white-clothed girl heaved a sigh of relief. Xiong tu, I knew that you're such an indomitable man. Li Xiong tu laughed. I believe that no one can deny this part. As people of the martial world, if someone respects me, I'll return the favor tenfold. If someone slashes me, I'll kill his entire family. Distinguishing between gratitude and grievances is the right way to be a man. If gratitude and grievances are entangled and cannot be distinguished clearly, then we should repay the kindness first and avenge the grievances later. Speaking till here, he said, Chu Yang's injuries are really not light. Huan Huan, come and help me. Take out all my medicine for injuries. Also, take out all my treasures. He smiled bitterly. Chu Yang is really good at scheming. Speaking of which, more than half of my treasures were given to me by him in the past. Now, I'm going to use them on himself. Could it be that this guy had planned all this in the past? Why didn't I eat them all earlier? How regretful, how regretful. Meng Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You who can calculate for such a long time. Stupid blockhead. Li Xiong too chuckled. Not long after, under the joint efforts of the husband and wife, all the wounds on Chu Yang's body were carefully treated. Moreover, they were all properly bandaged. If Li Xiong too were to treat these wounds, even if they could be treated in the end, Chu Yang would probably be wrapped up like a big rice dumpling, and it would definitely be the kind that was unsightly. But under the hands of Meng Huan, every wound was taken care of and bandaged extremely carefully. At the same time, it was also extremely gentle. She would definitely not let Chu Yang suffer even the slightest bit of unnecessary pain. This guy's vitality is still as tenacious as before. Li Xiong too sighed in amazement. The bones all over his body are almost scattered, and the flesh on his body is almost roasted into charcoal. But he's still alive, and his vitality is still very strong. This is really an anomaly. Meng Huan pursed her lips and smiled. The number of wounds on Chu Yang's body just now made Li Xiong tu and Meng Huan both surprised. There were more than 700 big and small wounds, almost 800 of them. From top to bottom, there was almost no place that was intact. Seeing such a dense distribution of wounds, Li Xiong too was silent for a long time. Finally he said, You're indeed the legendary tribulation sword master. With so many wounds, if it were me, I'm afraid I'd be dead already. Unexpectedly, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded, bearing these wounds all the time. It's really better to die like you. This is really not something that humans can bear. Li Xiong too, don't you think so? Li Xiong too and Meng Huan were both shocked. The person who spoke was actually Chu Yang. Li Xiong too had seen Chu Yang's injuries before. With such serious and terrifying injuries, he expected that Chu Yang would be able to open his eyes in 3 days and speak in 10 days. This was already considered very good. But he never expected that Chu Yang had already woken up. Not only could he speak, but he even recognized who he was. This was really too monstrous. He hurriedly turned back and saw that Chu Yang had already opened his eyes and was looking at him. There was a smile in his eyes. Li Xiong too, you're really young. This is really like a dream. I really didn't expect that the first acquaintance I met in the Heaven Imperial Court was not my brother's, but you. Li Xiong too laughed. You're indeed the legendary tribulation, sword master, the legend of the Heaven Imperial Court. With such serious injuries, you actually woke up so quickly and can still maintain your consciousness. As he said, he walked over and sat on the bed. The bed that was barely supported shook, which indirectly affected Chu Yang's wounds. Chu Yang grimaced. Fuck! Do you know how to talk? Are you praising me or scolding me? You bastard, get up quickly. You're hurting me. Li Xiong too laughed. Meng Huan was carefully tending to the wounds on Chu Yang's body, caused by Li Xiong too's movements. She grumbled, Xiong tu, you're too much. You could have just stood or sat on the floor. Why did you have to sit on the bed? You're deliberately making people uncomfortable. Li Xiongtu laughed. The moment this bastard came, he smashed the room that I'd built painstakingly for half a day. If I don't take revenge on him, how can I live up to my hard work? Meng Huanhuan was angry and amused at the same time. She had never seen Li Xiongtu, who was always like a block of wood, who was always mighty and domineering, actually have such a strange side. Even when they were in the Li clan, she had never seen Li Xiongtu so relaxed. But now, seeing Chu Yang, who was entangled with grievances, was different from his usual self. It seemed that this Chu Yang really had a lot of unusual aspects. Then Meng Huanhuan discovered an unbelievable fact. Ever since Chu Yang woke up, the wounds on his body were actually healing at an extremely fast speed. Even those torn muscle tissues were healing by themselves, little by little. Also, his body was brimming with an extremely strong and pure spiritual energy, which was aiding in the recovery. However, this kind of restoration was clearly different from the restoration he had seen before. In an extremely short period of time, Chu Yang's body had already recovered a lot. Meng Huanhuan naturally didn't know that this was a blessing from the heavens, that Chu Yang had survived the heavenly punishment and was confirmed not to die. She also didn't know that Chu Yang's tribulation space was constantly cleansing the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, seeing such a situation, she could only be shocked. Brother Chu, who exactly is the other party? How can he make you so miserable? Li Xiongtu asked. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Brother Li, there's something wrong with your words. I have to remind you. Chapter 1981. Oh, what do you mean? Li Xiongtu looked at him, puzzled. This is from P. In this Heaven Imperial Court, both you and I are outsiders. This is not the Heaven Imperial Court. Our cultivation is more than enough to dominate the Chongtian continent. But in this place, we are basically nothing. Chu Yang said softly, so here I am no longer the Calamity Swordmaster, and I am no longer a first-class expert. There are too many experts in this world. We must know our place. Otherwise, we will suffer a great loss. Chu Yang said softly but seriously. Li Xiongtu was silent for a while and said, Thank you. I have learned something. Li Xiongtu's words were sincere and sincere, because he himself knew that his words just now had exposed his somewhat arrogant mentality. That sentence, who is it that can make you so embarrassed? At first, it didn't sound like a big deal, but in fact it already regarded Chu Yang as a top expert. If Chu Yang was already a top expert, what position did Li Xiongtu place himself in? This top expert strength might even be measured by Chu Yang's level in the Heaven Imperial Court. If Li Xiongtu kept this attitude, as Chu Yang said, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Even suffering a great loss was an understatement. There was a risk of death at every turn. You'd better not get involved in the enemy I'm facing this time. You don't even need to know. Chu Yang smiled. When I'm a little better, I will leave immediately. Brotherly, I am already very grateful for your help this time. Li Xiongtu's face darkened. Chu Yang, are you looking down on me? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said seriously, Brotherly, we have known each other for a long time. We've known each other for quite some time. Have I ever looked down on you? However, the enemy this time is really too strong. Moreover, the other party's influence is also a little too big. If you rashly get involved, it will instead make me feel more apprehensive. Chu Yang's words were very straightforward. He even told Li Xiongtu directly that if he got involved, not only would he not be of help to him, but he would also be a burden. If he didn't add to the trouble, he would be of help. They had never been close friends, but Chu Yang understood Li Xiongtu's temperament very well. If he didn't get rid of Li Xiongtu's idea, Li Xiongtu would definitely not give up and would definitely get involved. That he was the one who had really harmed him. However, Li Xiongtu was so worried that he frowned. He said in a low voice, Chu Yang, did you provoke some of the top-ranked super sects in the Heaven Imperial Court this time? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. If it was only a super sect, I would have been more relaxed. At least I would have had the strength to deal with them. But the enemy I provoked this time is 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying than a super sect. Even this comparison is the most conservative estimate. Li Xiongtu sucked in a breath of cold air. Meng Huanhuan immediately covered her mouth. His face was filled with shock. After a long while, Li Xiongtu said cautiously, "Could it be that you are? What I've provoked this time is the entire Mo Yuntian. Even the Lord of Mo Yuntian, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian himself." Chu Yang said directly. Li Xiongtu rubbed his eyebrows with 2 fingers and smiled bitterly. "I say, Chu Yang, no matter how audacious you are, this time, isn't this too big of a game? What did you do to make the entire Mo Yuntian hunt you down?" Chu Yang grinned. "Actually, I didn't do anything. I just killed the son of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian, that's all." Li Xiongtu staggered and almost fell to the ground. He stabilized his body with difficulty, but he was already speechless. "I have to admit, this enemy, I really can't handle it now." Li Xiongtu looked conflicted. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. "Isn't that so? I admit that I can't handle it either. Damn it!" After listening to Chu Yang's explanation of the cause and effect, Li Xiongtu punched his own thigh and said angrily, "Well done! Well done! Killing such a bastard was only right. Damn it! That Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian really doesn't know any better. Brother Chu's actions are clearly to help him clean up his family. He should be grateful to you, but he actually sent troops to kill him. This is simply repaying kindness with enmity. This is unreasonable." Chu Yang was flabbergasted. He stared at Li Xiongtu in a flabbergasted manner. He had been stunned by the words of this guy. What kind of person is this? I seem to have said it very clearly just now. It's me who killed his son. How can he be grateful to me? And even if I know that you're speaking for me, it doesn't make sense. The hatred of killing is irreconcilable. If he really wants to thank me for helping him clean up his family, would I dare to believe it? Of course not. Even if he really doesn't find trouble with me, I'll have to be on tenterhooks for the rest of my life. That feeling is probably more terrifying than him directly finding trouble with me like this. Being on tenterhooks for the rest of my life. Just thinking about it is scary. Oh, am I crazy, or is Li Xiongtu crazy? How did he come up with such words? As he spoke, Chu Yang acutely felt an endless numbness all over his body. This was a good sign. The appearance of this feeling meant that his wounds were about to heal. After waking up, Chu Yang didn't take any heavy pills to recover his body. This was because after every heavenly punishment, as long as he was still alive, he would be blessed by the heavens. And at this moment, the energy of the heavens and earth would be infused into his body, and he would be reborn. If he rashly used heavy pills, it would be a waste. Any waste now would be shameful, and the consequences would be severe. Just as Li Xiongtu was dumbfounded, he saw the many terrifying wounds on Chu Yang's chest healing bit by bit. Then the wounds formed scabs, and the scabs fell off. Chu Yang's skin recovered as if he was never injured, and was as smooth as jade. At the same time, the whistling spiritual energy in Chu Yang's body was also stimulated. It gradually pushed forward and then reconnected all the broken meridians. Like a tsunami, it rushed through his meridians at an extremely fast speed. Chu Yang could feel that his injuries were gradually recovering with each cycle. Moreover, his cultivation had also advanced by a step. With a thought, he opened up his inner vision. To his surprise, he found that his meridians were now as wide as the Yangtze River. The spiritual energy that flowed in his meridians was no longer in the form of mist like before. Instead, it had added a lot of faint golden colors. It came and went with a whistling sound, just like the endless waves on the sea, going back and forth in an endless cycle. Also, his dantian had obviously expanded as well. Another change was the primordial real silk in his dantian. Now there was a big bundle in each of his dantians. Originally, Chu Yang could still count clearly. There was one more strand. Yes, there were 3 more strands. But now he couldn't even count them. He was really pleasantly surprised. Even though the tribulation space was still quiet, the rich and pure spiritual energy was still flowing into his dantian. However, his dantian was now empty. Even though there was a huge amount of spiritual energy flowing into his dantian, it did not seem to be able to change anything. He no longer felt the sense of crisis of being filled to the brim and was about to burst. Heavenly human level, although it was only a beginner level. But after all, he had stepped into the heavenly human level. He could be considered to have officially stepped into the level of first-class experts. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally crossed the threshold of the heavenly human level. On the path of cultivation, he had taken another big step forward. Chu Yang, what level have you reached in your current cultivation? Is it the earth level, or was it even higher? You should be reaching the heaven level soon, right? Li Xiongtu asked Chu Yang as he roasted meat. Chu Yang had already changed out of his black clothes. He sat beside Li Xiongtu and watched him roast meat. Meng, Huan had gone to pick wild vegetables. It's okay. Slightly higher than the heaven level. Chu Yang replied. Higher than the heaven level? Do you already have the cultivation of a saint? How is that possible? You've only been here for a few days. Li Xiongtu really didn't dare to believe Chu Yang's words. No, I'm not a saint anymore. Oh, I know. Are you at the heaven level now? Or the higher level? Haha, my current cultivation is only 1 word higher than the heaven level. What is your cultivation level? Can you tell me directly? Well, okay, I should have just reached the heavenly human level. Just 1 word higher than the heaven level. Chu Yang said casually, Hurry up and roast, I'm starving. Pa! Half a rabbit fell from Li Xiongtu's hand and fell into the fire with a bang. Damn, such good rabbit meat. How can you waste it like this? Chu Yang hurriedly scooped it out and said with heartache. But he didn't hear Li Xiongtu's response. Chu Yang turned his head and saw Li Xiongtu staring at him as if he had seen a ghost. Heavenly human level. Cough, cough. Chu Yang realized that he had unintentionally acted a little pretentious, and it was the kind that deserved a beating. You, are you still human? Li Xiongtu was so aggrieved that he wanted to die. I've been cultivating so hard and even had such great opportunities, but I'm still only at the heaven stage. But you've already surpassed the heaven stage, saint stage, and reached the heaven stage? Is there such a thing as slightly higher and just 1 word higher? Cough, cough. Actually, I'm fine. I just had better opportunities. Chu Yang was speechless for a while and didn't dare to say anything more. If he had known that Li Xiongtu would be beaten so badly by him, he would have concealed a little more. Li Xiongtu was shocked for a while. Then he came back to his senses and laughed. That's great. I have a new goal. He laughed heartily. I've been chasing you all this time, chasing Motianji, Guduxing Dongwushang, but I never caught up. It's good that I didn't catch up. If I did, I'm afraid I'll slack off. I'll just let you all run in front. It's also a kind of fun for me to keep chasing. His voice was full of pride, and there was no hint of disappointment at all. Chapter 1982. Good. This is the Li Xiongtu that I know. Chu Yang cheered from the bottom of his heart. After a meal, Chu Yang's overall condition had already recovered by more than 80%. Then he took his leave. He was now in the center of a whirlpool of right and wrong. There was no need to burden others and himself. Before they parted, Li Xiongtu said thoughtfully, Chu Yang, I'm afraid that you've only managed to improve your current cultivation after going through a life-or-death situation, right? Chu Yang smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. I can. But for you, cultivation is not the most important thing. The most important thing is still the people around you. Don't neglect the people in front of you. Li Xiongtu was stunned. Then he sweated profusely and said, "Yes, yes, I will pay attention." Chu Yang smiled slightly. Li Xiong too did not request to fight against Mo Yuntian together with Chu Yang. After knowing Chu Yang's current cultivation, Li Xiong too did not mention it again, because he knew that if he forcefully participated in this matter, it would really make things difficult for Chu Yang. With Chu Yang's current cultivation, I will only be a burden to him if I participate in this battle. That's all. Li Xiong too was born with pride. He had never submitted to anyone. How could he be willing to become someone's burden? So, he did not say anything about this matter. He only made a decision in his heart. One day, I will definitely catch up to you. Surpass you. Seeing Chu Yang's figure disappear into the dense forest, Li Xiong too did not speak for a long time. Xiong too, Chu Yang left this. Meng Huan walked over with 2 small bottles. Besides, there was also a letter from Chu Yang. Brotherly, this is a small token of my appreciation. You should save me, so I won't thank you. But it's also right for me to give you something. So, you don't have to be especially grateful to me. It's good that we both know. The things in those 2 bottles are for sister-in-law. It has nothing to do with you. It's also not a big deal. It's just a little bit of spring of life and a heavy pill. It can more or less improve sister-in-law's aptitude, so that she can roam the heaven imperial court with you in the future. Otherwise, once a martial arts fanatic like you starts cultivating, wouldn't it be a pity to neglect a beauty like her? After we part today, we'll meet again someday. Wouldn't it be great if we could stand shoulder to shoulder at the peak of the world one day? I'll be waiting for you. If you're still so weak the next time we meet, I'll kick you to death. That's it. I have to leave quickly. If I leave early, I won't be able to hear you scolding me. After reading the letter, Li Xiongtu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The letter was written in plain language. This was the first time Li Xiongtu had seen something like this in his life. This was the brush of the legendary calamity, Sword Master. This was a little too, when a legend appeared in front of your eyes. Oftentimes, knowing a person by his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. This guy is really... Li Xiongtu laughed and stopped what he was about to say. He left. Let's go. He's already gone far. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to catch up. Meng Huan gently nodded and followed behind him. Li Xiongtu strode out. He had just walked a few feet when he suddenly heard whooshing sounds. In an instant, countless people floated down from the sky and surrounded Li Xiongtu and Meng Huan. Everyone was exuding an unusually powerful aura, as well as a domineering and fierce, murderous aura. Their eyes looked around, as if they were searching for something. Li Xiongtu's heart skipped a beat. Chu Yang's letter turned into powder in his hand. He put his hands behind his back and the powder fell down, completely disappearing in the wind. No one noticed, or perhaps no one would have thought, that the powder that this guy dropped was the important clue that they were desperately trying to get. An old man stepped out of the crowd and sized up Li Xiongtu and Meng Huan. Meng Huan felt that the old man's eyes were extremely sharp and captivating. She couldn't help but feel afraid and subconsciously hid behind Li Xiongtu. Li Xiongtu's face showed anger. He stepped forward and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my and my wife's path for no reason?" The old man pondered for a while and said, "Sir, please don't be impatient. We have no choice but to stop the 2 of you. We want to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The old man pulled with his hands. In the void, the air suddenly became dense and a picture scroll appeared. In the picture scroll, a black-clothed young man was looking ahead with an unruly gaze. He was holding a sword that shone with cold light. Even though it was only a portrait, it gave others the feeling as if it was a living person. The bearing and aura of this black-clothed young man were vividly portrayed, both in form and spirit, and they were lifelike. This black-clothed young man was Chu Yang. When this picture scroll appeared, Li Xiongtu and Meng Huan both had a strange feeling. It was as if Chu Yang, who had just left, was standing in front of them again. This was a special ability that only saints had, void image. Not interested. Li Xiongtu didn't even lift his eyelids. He pulled Meng Huanhuan and strode forward. Please make way. Impudent. An ink cloud guard scolded sternly. Ignorant child, do you know who you are talking to? Li Xiongtu raised his head and looked at this ink cloud guard. He sneered and said, What does his identity have to do with me? Could it be that you are His Majesty Eastern Sovereign? If he is, I will immediately apologize to the master of this heaven and tell him everything I know. The ink cloud guard was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the Eastern Royal Heaven. The crime of impersonating the Eastern Sovereign was an unforgivable felony, no matter what position or reason. The ink cloud guard said after a while, Although my lord isn't His Majesty Eastern Sovereign, he is still. Li Xiongtu interrupted him again. Oh, may I ask which Empress June is your lord? Li Xiongtu has eyes, but failed to recognize the Great One. I apologize here. Please bestow me a name. I will kowtow and apologize. The ink cloud guard was once again dumbfounded. This question was too standard. Although Meng Hui's position was extremely high, it was far from being on the same level as First Empress June. At most, he was her subordinate. The ink cloud guard simply did not know how to respond. Li Xiongtu saw that the ink cloud guard didn't say anything. He turned to look at Meng Hui and said coldly, Aren't you a descendant of Empress June? Could it be that you are His Majesty the Sage? Such grandeur, such a big lineup. You are really impressive. All the ink cloud guards and silver-armored soldiers who heard this felt a surge of anger rising from their chests and stomachs. But it was stuck in their throats. How dare this bastard say that? Meng Hui was slightly embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, You have misunderstood. How can I be compared to His Majesty the Sage? Such a big lineup, such an awe-inspiring presence. I really thought that you are the Heaven Imperial Court Sage. I almost peed in my pants just now. After all this time, it turns out that you aren't. If you aren't, you should have said so earlier. If you aren't, why are you pretending? Li Xiongtu said mockingly, Since you aren't, please make way. We, husband and wife, still have things to do. Although Li Xiongtu had a bold and domineering personality, which made people feel that he was taciturn at first glance, he was still an all-powerful figure in the upper three heavens after all. He had made many adventures in the martial world. Such sarcastic words, unless he didn't want to say them, would come out of his mouth without feeling embarrassed at all. In fact, people like him who spoke sarcastic words could really infuriate people to death. And these people in front of him were obviously the people who wanted to kill Chu Yang. Li Xiongtu was naturally unhappy. How could he show them a good face? A few ink cloud guards were about to flare up on the spot. Want to fight? Li Xiongtu laughed loudly and took 3 big steps forward. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a small ant with heaven stage cultivation. But after these 3 steps, he seemed to have become a majestic and unshakable mountain. With heaven stage cultivation, facing thousands of martial saints and heavenly men, he actually showed no fear. Looking at his posture, he didn't even have the slightest bit of hesitation. Meng Hui sighed in his heart. Another genius. Why are the heavens so fond of the Eastern Royal Heavens? In the future, he will be another outstanding person. Such a strong heart and such a strong fighting spirit. If he matures, although he is still far from being on par with Chu Yang, he will definitely not be inferior to the younger generation of the upper 3 heavens. Meng Hui waved his hand and stopped everyone. Little brother, don't be angry. We don't have any bad intentions. We just want to ask you about this matter. We don't have any other intentions. Li Xiongtu said coldly, But we are really in a hurry. Meng Hui said, But we just want to ask you to take a look. Little brother, see if you have seen it before. We won't take up much of your time. Li Xiongtu said reluctantly, All right. He looked at the picture. Meng Hui's eyes immediately locked onto Li Xiongtu's eyes. In just a moment, Li Xiongtu retracted his gaze and said, I don't have any impression. This person is definitely not from our area. Meng Hui nodded and suddenly asked Meng Huan, May I ask if you have seen this person before? Meng Huan leaned against Li Xiongtu and shook her head. I haven't seen him before. Meng Hui frowned as he watched Li Xiongtu, and Li Xiongtu walked further and further away. General, is there something wrong with this person? A general beside him asked. Meng Hui didn't say anything and only sighed. Just now, Meng Hui felt something strange from Li Xiongtu. Li Xiongtu's words, actions, expressions, and tone were all flawless. However, Meng Hui could clearly feel that there was a strange aura from Li Xiongtu. This aura definitely had something to do with Chu Yang. This feeling was very strange. There was no reason for it. In a sense, it was even very nonsensical. Therefore, Meng Hui didn't say anything. He was afraid that once he did, his subordinates would act rashly. To be honest, it wasn't that Meng Hui didn't want to keep Li Xiongtu. However, if he acted rashly, the consequences could be very serious. Their every move was under the surveillance of the Eastern Royal Heaven. Chapter 1983. Meng Hui didn't dare to break this taboo. Once he came into contact with it, it would definitely trigger the Eastern Royal Sky's military to take action. That was no joke. General, I think that Chu Yang is most likely dead. An Ink Cloud Guard commander stepped forward and said carefully, although we didn't find Chu Yang's flesh and blood along the way, under that kind of tribulation lightning, what could have survived? Wouldn't it be reasonable for him to be reduced to ashes? Even if he has the strength of a peak heavenly being and cultivation of a half-step saint, facing that kind of tribulation lightning, he would definitely not be able to survive. Originally from P, the commander said. Meng Hui lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he said, that's right. Right now, I wish that he was already dead. But this matter needs a detailed conclusion, because I keep feeling that he is still alive. He let out a long sigh and said, you must know that if an existence like Chu Yang survives and eventually grows up, what kind of disaster would that be? Speaking up to here, everyone nodded slowly with a heavy expression. They had personally experienced Chu Yang's destructive power. That was a demon, a scourge that brought disaster to people. Indeed, for a heaven-defying demon like Chu Yang, if he really grew up to be an expert capable of contending with a first-level heavenly emperor, then the entire Ink Cloud Sky's calamity would also come. The day of destruction would not be far away. Just snatching his wife, nothing much had happened, and he could slaughter the heavenly emperor and even send more than 200 experts to the netherworld together. Now they had completely destroyed his foundation and killed almost all of his subordinates. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could not live under the same sky as him. Such a deep hatred, with Chu Yang's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. How could he let it go so easily? Lu Pu, bring a few people to check the Heaven Imperial Palace's life and death records. No matter what method you use, even if you kneel on the ground and beg, you must see Chu Yang's records. See if his portrait is still lit up. You must do it. Do you understand? Meng Hui took a deep breath and said, This, sir, I'm afraid that the people of Eastern Royal Sky won't be so cooperative. Lu Pu was in a difficult position. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I don't care what method you use. Meng Hui said indifferently. I just want to see the result. I want. Yes. Lu Pu and the other two soared through the air. Hurry up and continue searching, waiting for news from Rup. If the portrait was really dark, they would have to search for another day and try their best to find some remains. If they couldn't find anything, then let's assume that Chu Yang is dead, Meng Hui muttered to himself. He paced back and forth a few times. Then he finally came to a decision. Yes. Send another 300 Ink Cloud Guards to search for Chu Yang's subordinates. As for the rest of you, Check everything within a radius of 3,500 miles. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to confirm it. Meng Wu Ye's second order. Yes, 300 ink cloud guards, under the leadership of a commander, shot into the dark forest like black arrows. He continued his pursuit. Suddenly, he felt a burst of relaxation all over his body. It seems that I have temporarily shaken off the pursuers. Next, it was time to meet up with them. It was just that his mood had only been relaxed for a short while. Just then, he saw a dark mass of figures descending from the north. Fuck, why are they so fast? Are these people reincarnated from rabbits? Why are they chasing so relentlessly? Chu Yang's head was full of cold sweat. Fortunately, he had left early. Otherwise, if they found out that Li Xiongtu and his wife were with him, then, with Li Xiongtu's current cultivation, he would die if he bumped into them. He would be injured if he bumped into them. He would probably be bedridden for half a year if he brushed against them. It would be a situation where there was no chance of survival. That would really be a burden to his good friend. The heavens are still very kind to me. With his mind set, Chu Yang slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Quickly slip away to find the clues they left behind. He still had to go back to the original spot. He didn't know if the traces they left behind could still be left behind under the heavenly lightning. Chu Yang had restrained the aura of his entire body. He had moved stealthily through the forest, like a leopard cat. In fact, he had even restrained the power of his divine sense to the extreme. So much so that it didn't overflow outside of his body. He was relying entirely on his eyes, nose, and ears, the most primitive organs, to determine his direction in order to determine where he was going. He was very careful along the way. Fortunately, Mo Yuntian's men had already searched this place very carefully. Chu Yang returned to the place where he had endured the heavenly punishment without any mishap. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of devastation. The ground was in a mess. Some branches even had strips of flesh scraped off. Under the cleansing of the heavy rain, they had already turned white. Chu Yang couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but think of the battle at that time. His whole back also broke out in cold sweat. Previously, when he was in the situation, all his thoughts were on how to make use of the heavenly punishment to get rid of as many people on Mo Yuntian's side as possible. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He had to admit that if the heavenly punishment hadn't suddenly come, he would have already become dregs. And it wasn't just him. It seemed that those 33 people who followed him also couldn't have been lucky enough to escape. Looking at the remnants of the big trees and the flesh hanging in the corners that couldn't be found, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. You are enemies, but you still can't deny that you are all good men. Chu Yang crouched in a patch of grass and trees. He was somewhat silent. Whether it's the ink cloud guards or the silver-armored soldiers, you are all good men. Just that spirit of not fearing death. You are already worthy of the title of good men, good warriors. No matter who you are loyal to, no matter who can obtain your loyalty, they are all worthy of being proud. Have a safe journey. Chu Yang recalled the scene under the heavenly punishment. The scene was a mess. Some fled, some hid, and some fought desperately. But the screams that he heard were at most a roar before death. Not a single one of them had ever cried out in panic. This was a large troop with thousands of people, and not a single person showed any signs of panic. Perhaps they didn't have every intention, but they didn't show it until death. This kind of military quality was admirable. But why didn't such good men go and fight the heavenly demons? Chu Yang's body left this place like a fish, slowly feeling his way to the location of the last heavenly thunder. He couldn't find anything here. Even the mountain was gone. What else was there to find? Chu Yang looked at the place where he was struck by the heavenly thunder, the lake. He was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What kind of situation is this? This is too awesome. I remember that there was no lake at that time. Now where did this come from? Who the fuck did such a good thing? A fucking mountain turned into a big lake. Where else am I going to find clues? Chu Yang was speechless. Chu Yang had no choice but to search the area bit by bit. Only when he was 500 miles away did Chu Yang discover a tree that had been blown down by the strong winds. Moreover, it had been completely moved away from its original position by the violent vibrations. It had been slashed askew by a saber and had revealed a strange mark. It was like an eagle's claw grabbing a bird. It was inconspicuous at all. Chu Yang sighed. This was really courting death. Fuck! It deviated from its original position. If I want to find their direction, I can only move back to its original position. Then I can see the direction. But there are still so many people chasing after me. Chu Yang had an idea. He took out the Calamity sword and silently chopped off half of the tree. Only a 30 to 40 feet long trunk was left. After thinking for a while, he chopped off the roots as well. Then he carried the trunk, which was large enough for 30 to 40 people to wrap their arms around it, and slowly looked for the original position of this big guy. Perhaps it was because his luck had improved after passing through the heavenly punishment. He didn't walk too far before he found the original hole by following the broken roots. He carefully straightened it. Looking at the mark on it, he murmured, "These guys are not stupid. They actually went back the way they came after identifying the direction." Chu Yang flashed through the forest like a gust of wind. His black clothes disappeared without a trace. I don't know if the Manor Lord is alive or dead now. Che Shu-Chu was already 2,000 miles away. He sighed. This sentence and this topic had been said more than 1,000 times along the way. But no one dared to answer him. Everyone's face was extremely heavy. It was a kind of extreme respect and worship. Or it could be said worship. Regarding what Chu Yang had done at the last moment, these people didn't have any other feelings other than respect, gratitude, and shock. Facing Mo Yuntian's army, the Manor Lord stayed behind alone and launched the heavenly punishment. One man, one sword, against thousands of soldiers and horses. He would rather choose to perish together with the enemy to create a chance for them to escape. Back then, Chu Yang rushed out and stood on the top of the tree. His determination to challenge the world with his sword had already become an eternal classic in everyone's hearts, an immortal legend. At that moment, even by Yu Qin, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, almost couldn't help but shed tears. Who would be willing to put themselves in a desperate situation for their subordinates? In this life, who would use their lives to protect me? How am I supposed to repay this friendship? Can I repay it? If I don't follow and cherish such a leader, then what's the meaning of my life? The Manor Lord really risked his life for us this time. Bai Yu Qin sighed deeply. There was some shock in his eyes. This old man originally thought that even if I died, I wouldn't have any regrets. But this time, if this old man died like this, I would really feel sorry for the Manor Lord. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 1984. All right, let's not say anything nice. As long as the Manor Lord comes back, I'll give the rest of my life to the Manor Lord. Bai Yu Qin raised his head and closed his eyes. She recalled the time when her father had rushed into a mountain of swords to protect her when she was still young, only to throw her off the cliff. If he was thrown off the cliff, there was still a chance of survival. But if he stayed, he would definitely die. At that moment, his father's figure was forever fixed in Bai Yu Qin's heart. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? Even though she had already killed all of her enemies, that crazy figure was still so clear in Bai Yu Qin's heart. It did not fade at all, it was eternal and undying. But today, there was one more such figure. At the last moment, he stood on the top of the tree. At that moment, he faced thousands of soldiers with one sword, blocked death with his body, and was covered in thunder and lightning. This became another indelible mark in Bai Yu Qin's heart. At that moment, he thought of his father. His father did not hesitate to protect him with his life. Bai Yu Qin almost cried. Everyone fell silent and sighed. Their hearts were filled with worry for that one person. Chase Yuchu said what was on everyone's mind. If the Manor Lord survives, I will be loyal to him for the rest of my life. At this moment, a sinister voice said, Your Manor Lord has already turned into ashes. You're destined to have no hope in this life. You might as well become ghosts and follow your Manor Lord. Let's go on the road together. Along with the voice, numerous figures descended from the sky and surrounded the crowd. The people who suddenly appeared were all dressed in black. Their faces were as black as ink, and their bodies were overflowing with a cold aura. It was as if a group of ghosts had suddenly appeared in front of them. They were the Ink Cloud Guards. They were the 300 Ink Cloud Guards who came on Meng Wuya's orders to encircle the final target, everyone's hearts. They sank in an instant. In terms of individual strength, they were absolutely not inferior to the enemy. In fact, they had an 80% chance of winning. However, they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. They only had a total of 33 people, and the other side had 300 people. The difference in numbers between the two sides was almost 10 times. How could they fight such a battle with such a disparity in overall strength? Even if it was a fight between children, under the same level of strength, 1 against 2 was already the limit. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. Each of them had to face about 10 opponents. So how could they have any chance of survival? However, he was no match for him. Not going to fight anymore? If he gave up on resisting, he would only die faster. His opponent would definitely not show mercy just because he gave up on the battle. The two sides were already destined to be on opposite sides. Once they met, it was either the other side would die or die. There was no other possibility. Everyone chuckled bitterly. They stood up, although they had bitter smiles on their faces. When they stood up, their chests were as straight as a pencil. The Manor Lord faced 1,000 soldiers alone. They can still fight, and they can even make the other party bleed. Why can't we fight 1 against 10? What a joke. You guys are finally here. I thought we'd have to wait a little longer. Bai Yuchen smiled faintly. His smile was filled with confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. There was also a hint of indescribable mockery in his voice. Do you really think that you guys will win for sure? Ha ha ha. Bai Yuchen, your words are like a fart. That Ink Cloud Guard commander laughed loudly. Don't tell me you think there's a savior coming to save you bastards. Huh. Bai Yuchen laughed even louder than him. There are only unexpected things in this world, and nothing is impossible. Are you so sure that there won't be any savior coming to save us? The Ink Cloud Guard commander's pupils shrank, and he said indifferently, Is that so? I'd like to see what kind of savior will appear for all of you who have escaped the net. As he spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, Kill! Don't leave a single one alive. I only want heads to make up the numbers. The 300 Ink Cloud Guards shouted at the same time. The shadows of swords and sabers flickered. The entire forest seemed to have turned into a galaxy filled with killing intent under the illumination of the swords and sabers. Without another word, the group of Ink Cloud Guards immediately pounced forward. Fight! Bai Yuchen looked up to the sky and roared. Villain Master Chu faced 1,000 soldiers alone and still won the battle and saved our lives. Today is the time for us to prove whether Villain Master Chu is worthy of following. What he can do, we can do too. Villain Master Chu is able to face the world alone without fear. Are we really that gutless? Bai Yuchen's eyes were about to split open as he roared loudly. Are we so gutless? Everyone's blood seemed to have been stirred up by this sentence in an instant. Suddenly, everyone's blood surged, and it was as if their meridians were bulging out of their bodies at this moment. In an instant, they felt that even if their bodies would turn into flesh and blood and scatter into the sky in the next moment, they would not disgrace Villain Master Chu's arrogance. Kill! Everyone roared in unison, gritting their teeth as they charged forward. It was only the moment of contact. but the bloody light in the sky had already flown up along with the flesh and blood. Everyone who participated in the battle did not even know whether this was the blood of the enemy or their own. Was this the flesh of the enemy or their own flesh and blood? Just like that, it was thrown into the dark night and the sky, but in that instant, the flesh and blood that had been detached from the body and shot out in all directions proved one thing: the outcome and cruelty of this battle. Bai Yu Chen laughed loudly. Come on. I've been waiting for this moment of life and death for far too long. What joy is there in life, and what bitterness is there in death? What harm is there in death to repay kindness and revenge? A cold voice sounded. Old Bai, it's a pity that it's still too early for you to be waiting for this moment, because this battle is definitely not your battle to the death. This sudden voice caused everyone on the other side to be suddenly energized, and they all shouted at the same time, Villa Master! And the moment the ink cloud guards on this side heard this voice, all of them retreated in unison as if they had seen a ghost. The leader of the ink cloud guards cried out in horror, Chuyang, it's actually you? You're not dead. That cold voice said indifferently, yes, your ears are not bad, to actually be able to hear my voice. It's really a pity to waste such nimble ears. After I kill you later, I'll definitely use your ears to go with wine, drinking the enemy's blood to our heart's content and feasting on the enemy's flesh. Isn't that delightful too? After the indifferent voice, a ghost-like black shadow appeared. It suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was as if this figure had existed here since time immemorial. It was a man in black. His figure was tall, and his face was extremely cold. Only a trace of an equally cold smile hung on his lips. His eyes were piercingly cold and sharp. It made people clearly realize that even if everyone in the world were to be slaughtered in front of him, his expression would not change at all, because in this world he was the ruler of this world. Everyone's life and death was in his hands. That ink cloud guard leader took 3 steps back in disbelief. He said loudly, Chuyang, you're really not dead? Chuyang, who was dressed in black, suddenly smiled in the dark forest. I just praised your ears, but I didn't expect your brain to be so idiotic. If your brain doesn't like it, then don't want it. Your heavenly emperor of the ink cloud heaven, Yuan Tianji, is not dead yet. How can I bear to die? His smile was originally very ordinary, but in the eyes of the ink cloud guards at this moment, it was no less than 10,000 ghosts coming out together and laughing malevolently at them together. Since all of you have come to die, I'll grant you your wish. I'll grant you your wish. All of you can stay here. Chuyang laughed loudly. I may not be able to deal with your army of thousands, but do you think I can't deal with 300 bastards like you? With a long roar, he recited, What harm is there in slaughtering this world with this sword of mine? A piercingly cold and majestic sword light seemed to appear out of thin air and rushed out. When Chuyang was at the peak of the martial saint level, there was already no difficulty in dealing with these enemies. Now that he had passed the heavenly punishment, his strength had increased by almost 10 times, so it was naturally easier for him to deal with them. Facing these enemies now, the moment he drew his sword, he could already feel that the opponents were full of flaws from head to toe. It was as if they were just waiting for him to slaughter. Complemented by the sharpness of the calamity sword, Chuyang descended from the sky like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everyone get into formation. Work together to fight against Chuyang. When that ink cloud guard leader's steel-like voice exploded in the air, Chuyang had already appeared in the sky above them with a cruel laugh. While the awe-inspiring sword light created a bloody storm, Chuyang smiled faintly and said, Even in this heavenly imperial court, I am still the Calamity Sword Master. Today the legend continues, and the legend still exists. Sword light poured down like rain. Kill! Bai Yu Chen and the rest were energized, and they counterattacked with all their might. Chu Yang's sudden arrival seemed to have increased everyone's battle power by 30% out of nowhere. The Ink Cloud Guard was still in a state of shock. How could they fight against these ferocious warriors whose battle intent was surging to the extreme? Bai Yuchen and the rest counterattacked with all their might under Chu Yang's awe-inspiring might, and it actually turned into a situation where they were outnumbered. In an instant, it was no longer an evenly matched battle, but a one-sided massacre. The profoundness of this moment was really indescribable. Just because of one person's arrival, the entire situation was reversed. After a long, long time, Meng Wei looked at the bloody scene in front of him and sighed deeply. In his hand, he was holding a life and death record. On the record, there was a picture of a young man looking at Meng Wuya with a mournful face. It was as if he had been raped 300 times. It was hard to imagine that such a heaven-defying monster would have such a sad side. The only thing that could be seen was that this person was still alive. That's all. But now, there was no meaning in obtaining this life and death record to investigate anymore, because it was no longer of any use. In front of him, the scattered corpses of the Ink Cloud Guard had already used their lives to tell Meng Wuya everything and the reality. Chu Yang is not dead. Meng Wuya felt a sense of exhaustion in his heart. This kind of feeling had never appeared in his hundreds of thousands of years of military service. But now, at this moment, he truly felt that he was really powerless against this enemy in front of him, although he still had 2,000 troops under him, and each of them was an expert. Meng Wuya no longer had any confidence. As a general, he was not afraid of failure. Continuous failure was the true nature of a general. Continuous failure was not scary. As long as he had the confidence to continue fighting, everything was possible. But when a general lost the confidence to fight, then there was nothing to talk about. When he saw these 300 corpses of the Ink Cloud Guard, Meng Wuya did not even give the order to pursue. There was no doubt that he had lost the confidence of a general. This was the first time in his life. Only Chu Yang can give his enemy such treatment. Meng Wuya looked at the corpses in front of him. It could be seen from all the corpses that they were all killed without any pain. Furthermore, all the bones and broken limbs were still in the position where they had been when they first landed. There was not the slightest movement. This proved that after killing these people, the enemy did not have the slightest intention of desecrating the corpses. And among them, there was also the enemy's flesh and blood. This proved that although the enemy had achieved a complete victory, it was not completely without paying a price. In such a tragic battle, even if the enemy had desecrated the corpses or even destroyed the corpses to vent their anger, it was understandable and forgivable. But now, there was clearly no such action at the scene. Meng Wuya closed his eyes tiredly, physically and mentally exhausted. Immediately send a message to the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Wuya closed his eyes and shook his body. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which dripped onto his chest. His soul was seriously injured by the calamity, and he had been forcibly suppressing the heavy internal injury. Finally, under the agitation of his emotions, he could no longer suppress it and completely burst out. Ignoring everyone's worried eyes, Meng Wuya waved his hand and said softly, Meng Wuya has failed to live up to heaven's grace. I am unable to deal with Chu Yang. 10,000 brothers are buried in the East Imperial Land. Speaking till here, Meng Wuya paused painfully. After a long time, he said with difficulty, Request for reinforcements, Your Majesty. There are still more than 100 words, 10,000 words. But I really don't want to write any more. I can only say that I am about to fucking die. Chapter 1985. In Meng Wuya's hundreds of thousands of years of life, he had experienced more than thousands of battles, but he had never bowed down to any enemy. But this time, he was truly powerless against Chu Yang. For the first time in his life, he had lost confidence in battle. He felt mentally and physically exhausted, unable to fight anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. This was a kind of complete depression. Facing this opponent who was hundreds of thousands of years younger than him, who he had only seen as an ant at the beginning, Meng Wuya was completely helpless. If it was a one-on-one battle, Meng Wuya wouldn't be so depressed even if he couldn't win. But the real problem now was that he had brought 10,000 elite troops to capture Chu Yang. In front of 10,000 troops, Chu Yang's real fighting power was at most 300 to 400 people. Regardless of which aspect he was in, he had the absolute advantage and even the absolute chance of victory. All of Chu Yang's reliance had been cut off one by one. He was only left with the final path of fighting to his death. Logically speaking, this was like raising a mountain to kill mosquitoes or using a dragon-slaying knife to kill a chicken. But what was unexpected was that he had lost 80% of his troops against these 300 to 400 people and still hadn't achieved the final victory. The other party had always been at a disadvantage and had always been on the run. He had always had the upper hand and had always been the pursuer. But in the process of this pursuit, although the other party's men were also decreasing, the men on his side were also decreasing, and it was decreasing rapidly. Until now, this death pursuit had inexplicably become a classic battle that made Chu Yang famous. It also made this ant that he didn't care about at all. He broke through all the way and finally reached the heavenly man level. A heavenly punishment, thunder tribulation, due to the advancement, became a super weapon to slaughter the ink cloud sky army. 8,000 brothers were buried in the eastern royal heaven. A whole 8,000 brothers. Every time he thought of this number, Meng Wuya's heart ached as if it was being twisted. When he saw Chu Yang slaughtering many ink cloud guards' corpses after the heavenly punishment, Meng Wuya suddenly understood one thing. Although Chu Yang had just broken through to the heavenly man level, but he already had the tyrannical ability to kill people above his level and even fight alone. His fighting power couldn't be judged by normal standards. Moreover, he had an unparalleled divine weapon as support. Even an expert at the peak of celestial being level was no longer a match for Chu Yang. It was even difficult for him to withstand the might of his sword. If I want to capture and kill Chu Yang with my current military strength, I'll have to do it myself. But I might be able to rely on my superiority over Chu Yang if I'm in a perfect state. Fight and win. It was a pity. This could only be a thought. Because he was seriously injured now, he couldn't fight at all. As for when he recovered, Chu Yang's divine soul should have recovered by now. He might not even need to recover by himself. Perhaps the divine soul of the calamity had already recovered first. After all, the divine soul of a calamity was the life form that was least afraid of being injured, and its recovery speed was definitely faster than his own. Not to mention, it also had the strength of a saint. No matter how one looked at it, it was superior to him. If something went wrong, the divine soul of the calamity would recover first. Together with Chu Yang, Mo Yuntian's side would be in danger of being completely wiped out. But if he didn't do anything, his subordinates could only wait to be killed when facing Chu Yang. After thinking about it, although his overall strength was still more than 10 times stronger than Chu Yang's, he had no way to deal with this guy at all. He even had to think about how to prevent this scourge from nibbling away at them. In order to avoid any potential danger, no matter how unwilling or unwilling he was, he could only ask for help from the heavens. After asking for reinforcements, Meng Wuya sighed deeply. He knew that he had no choice but to do it, but he still lamented his fate this time. The generals beside Meng Wuya were all filled with grief and indignation. Their faces were all red. "General, don't. We can still fight again. We still have enough manpower to turn the situation around. We can still fight. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must capture Chu Yang and bring him to justice. General, we can't give up like this." Everyone knew what this request for reinforcements meant to Meng Wuya. This was tantamount to the biggest stain in Meng Wuya's life, and there was no way to wash it away. "All of you, shut up!" Meng Wuya scolded in a low voice, but then he turned around. He said sadly, "Just do as I say. This is an order." Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this. The entire room was silent. A few generals' tears rolled down their cheeks and finally trickled down their cheeks. All their pride, all their persistence, all their tenacity, all their faith were shattered at this moment. The request for reinforcements was finally sent out. Everyone was like clay sculptures standing there in a daze. The originally domineering fighting spirit seemed to have been sucked away. All of his energy seemed to have disappeared along with his pride. "General, what should we do next?" The staff officer looked like he was about to cry as he asked in a hoarse voice. "Continue to chase." Meng Wu sighed deeply. "No matter what, we can't lose the target. Even if we don't have the ability to catch Chu Yang now, we still have to keep an eye on him. If we completely give up here, how do you expect the later generations to find his whereabouts? Won't we have to put in more effort? We can't do much for this mission, but we still have to do our best." "Yes." Meng Wu Ye's words expressed his helplessness. It also showed that he really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in facing Chu Yang now. Even if we don't have the ability to catch Chu Yang now, even though the enemy was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of strength, they had been able to wear down, cripple, and even cripple the 10,000 elite soldiers who were at least at the saint level. This fact made Meng Wu feel a kind of pain that was worse than death. "Manor Lord, what should we do now? Where should we go? Should we still proceed according to the original plan?" After the last battle, everyone on Chu Yang's side was wounded, but everyone was in high spirits, as if they had been reborn. The moment Chu Yang returned, all the difficulties and hardships seemed to have drifted away, vanishing without a trace. A strong and powerful backer was by their side. What else could be more worthy of relying on than this? With him around, we have nothing to fear. We don't have to fear the heavens, the earth, or anything in this world. Let's go south. Chu Yang smiled gently and said, "The following journey will be much easier. However, we can't let down our guard. After all, we're not facing Meng Wu alone, or an army, but the entire Mo Yuntian. They definitely won't let this go." "Yes." Bai Yuqin frowned and said, "Although we also have a breakthrough, the strength of the entire Mo Yuntian is still not something we can fight head-on. Although this wave of pursuit was fruitless, if there's another wave, I'm afraid the situation will be even more dangerous." Chu Yang nodded slightly, his expression solemn, as if he was thinking about something. After a short rest, "We'll continue our journey." Finally, Chu Yang suppressed the thoughts in his heart and waved his hand to give the order. Now that all the forces were on his side, it was naturally best not to take risks. "Yes." Chu Yang just casually gave an order, but everyone stood up sternly and stood upright to accept the order. It could be said that Chu Yang's journey went smoothly for the next few days. He could sense that Meng Wu Ye's team was still chasing after him. They were still wantonly searching for him. However, there was a huge difference compared to a few days ago. This was a very obvious phenomenon. In the past few days, there would be at least a few encounters in a day. More often than not, there would be more than 10 encounters. There were continuous battles, all without a break. But these few days, there wasn't even a single encounter. There were even 2 times when Meng Wu Ye's troops clearly discovered the traces of Chu Yang and the others, but they didn't chase after them to fight. Instead, they let them go lightly. This situation seems a little wrong. Che Shu and Bai Yuqin found Chu Yang to discuss. Indeed, something is wrong. Chu Yang frowned. For a moment, he also had some thoughts that he couldn't understand. He pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a thought that he definitely shouldn't have thought of surfaced. Could it be what? Chu Yang didn't say clearly. But on that night, Chu Yang led the troops to turn around and kill. Leading the remaining 33 people, they rushed into the camp of Meng Wu Ye's ink cloud guards like a sharp knife. They killed a lot of people and then retreated calmly. The ink cloud guard had always held the upper hand and had maintained the advantage all this while. In their hearts, Even though they had suffered many losses, the advantage and disadvantage between them had never changed. Therefore, they had never thought that Chu Yang would actually dare to counterattack under such circumstances and even take the initiative to kill them. This bludgeon hit was so solid that it was definitely not fake. When Meng Wuya and the others at the back heard the news and rushed over, they only saw a ground full of bright, red corpses. More than 100 ink cloud guards were all killed by Chu Yang's surprise attack this time. How dare you! You've really gone too far. Meng Wuya was so angry that his hair stood on end. He couldn't wait to catch Chu Yang and cut him into pieces. Meng Wuya knew that Chu Yang would never suffer a loss, and that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. But Meng Wuya never thought that Chu Yang would seek revenge for the smallest grievance to this extent. I only let him take a few breaths, that's all. Chu Yang, you should have cherished such a rare moment of relaxation. You should have adjusted yourself a little. You should have enjoyed a rare moment of peace with each other. You should have lived in peace with each other. Chapter 1986. However, Meng Wuya did not have any effective way to deal with this situation. Everyone gather! Meng Wuya had no other choice but to give such an order under the circumstances. Facing the lonely night sky, Meng Wuya's heart was filled with inexplicable emotions. He was very clear that Chu Yang's brazen counterattack meant that this scourge had completely matured. From now on, Mo Yuntian would welcome an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy. Do you feel anything? Chu Yang sat on a tree stump and looked at Che Shuchu and the others in front of him. This time, the scope of the discussion was very large. Everyone participated in the discussion. The atmosphere was very relaxed. After being suppressed for so long, there was finally a beautiful counterattack. The complete victory was no doubt very satisfying. The sullenness of these days was finally vented. The situation is really a bit unusual. Our surprise attack today was certainly unexpected, but the opponent's resistance is too weak. It is completely different from the enemies we encountered before. Bai Yuchun smiled faintly. Their courage to fight at all costs seems to have completely disappeared. Even their fighting instincts seem to be very passive. It is as if they are just passively dealing with it. There's no feeling of being intimidating and unshakable like in the past. Yes, I also have a similar feeling. They are like tigers without fangs. Although they still look ferocious, their bones have lost that kind of. Che Shuchu pondered for a long time before continuing. It should be the courage that comes from the bottom of their hearts. Anyway, it is more or less like that. Yes, I also have the same feeling. It is far less difficult to deal with them than before, although their strength is roughly the same, without momentum. There is nothing to be afraid of. There is no threat at all. Yes, although the battle this time is still intense, I don't feel the imminent danger of life and death like I did in the past. I also have the same feeling. Everyone was talking at the same time, discussing animatedly. Chu Yang had been listening all this time. Finally, he said softly, according to my guess, based on the current situation, we can basically conclude that Meng Wuya has given up on this chase. Given up? How is that possible? It can't be. Everyone was shocked. Meng Wuya was seriously injured due to a strange encounter. So, he won't be able to fight personally for a short period of time. As long as we don't force him into a dead end, Meng Wuya won't risk his life. But as long as he doesn't make a move, no one on their side is a match for me. Other than saint-level experts, no one is my match. Chu Yang said lightly. Although his tone was light, there was a kind of arrogance in his words that looked down on the world. Other than saint-level experts, no one is a match for me. What kind of confidence was this? Everyone who heard these words felt their hearts tremble. Perhaps they were the ones who had truly witnessed Chu Yang's growth. Back then, when Chu Yang charged into Mo Yuntian's camp with his sword and killed Yuan Shudu with his sword, he was only a small heaven-level martial artist. But after that, under extreme pressure, Chu Yang gradually broke through to the saint level, the peak of the saint level, and even broke through to the heavenly being level in a life or death situation. Or it should be said like this. It was under the pressure of Mo Yuntian's coercion that created this peerless expert who swept through the 8 wastelands and dominated the world. I am invincible below the saints. Just 3 or 4 months ago, perhaps there would not be any high-level people who would pay attention to Chu Yang. But now, in this world, who would dare to ignore Chu Yang's existence? So, the reason why they are chasing us now is just to confirm our direction. But they will not take the initiative to kill us, because rushing forward is equivalent to courting death. They have already lost the ability to take the initiative to provoke us. Now, the real comparison of strength has been reversed. With Meng Wuye's character, he will never allow his subordinates to die in vain. So, they should be following us now and not losing track of us, and then waiting for reinforcements to arrive. This is their current standard of action. Chu Yang said softly, and as he spoke he was deep in thought. Who would have thought that we would finally beat that old bastard Meng Wuye into submission? For the past tens of thousands of years, I have never heard of that old bastard being beaten into submission. But Manor Lord actually made him eat his fill, haha. One of the experts laughed happily. Everyone was overjoyed. As long as they thought of Meng Wuye's current sullen and embarrassing state, everyone felt great in their hearts. I can't believe that bastard would have such a day, ha ha ha. That's right. I really want to see Meng Wuye's face with my own eyes. It will definitely be very interesting. Bai Yuqin was also laughing, but his face clearly showed that he was deep in thought. After a long while, Chu Yang raised his hand, and the clamorous voices of the crowd came to an abrupt end. We have certainly vented our anger, but although Meng Wuye is not moving forward, it shows that our future path will be even more difficult. This can already be foreseen. Chu Yang slowly said, and Bai Yuqin slowly nodded. This point, not only did Chu Yang think of it, he also thought of it, but he did not directly say it. Rather, if Chu Yang said it, it would create more of Chu Yang's authority. Bai Yuqin felt that he should speak less, unless Chu Yang left something out, and then he would fill in the gaps. But looking at the current situation, would Chu Yang leave anything out? Bai Yuqin smiled bitterly. If such a meticulous person, who cares about the world in his heart, could also leave something out, then it would really be a joke. Although the current situation has changed, we still need to take another step. We must completely break away from Meng Wuye's pursuers. If we can't break away from them, once their reinforcements arrive, with them as the guiding light, we will be swallowed up in an instant. So, Chu Yang stood up and slowly paced around. He had only walked around once, but Bai Yuqin and the others all knew that he had already made a decision. Because Chu Yang's biting, cold-killing intent was becoming stronger and stronger. Everyone clearly understood. Chu Yang wanted to. If they don't come, then can't we go? The initiative is in our hands right now. Chu Yang gave a strange smile, and then fiercely said, Pass down my orders, immediately conserve your energy, rest as much as possible, and ensure that your battle strength is at its peak. From now on, every night will belong to us. Good. Everyone loudly cheered. They all rubbed their fists, eager to give it a try. In the early morning of the same day, when the eastern sky was about to turn white, Chu Yang led his people to attack Meng Wuye's camp once again. Chu Yang's request was very simple. Everyone only needed to make one move with all their strength, one move to retreat. It didn't matter if the move was successful or not. Like a whirlwind, a mountain of knives and a forest of swords whizzed out. Then they immediately retreated, disappeared without a trace. Meng Wuye's army had only just reacted, but everything had already passed, and they couldn't catch up. Only a dozen corpses were left on the battlefield. Meng Wuye gritted his teeth, and they made cracking sounds. Their initial admiration and respect for Chu Yang had now turned into boundless hatred. This bastard This scourge, this damn thing, he really knows how to read the wind and steer according to the wind. I just made a decision on my side. And he actually sees the opportunity to turn from passive to active, turning from defense to offense, and ambushing us twice in one night. However, he couldn't let Chu Yang and his people out of his sight and could only passively chase after them. Along the way, both sides' positions were still the same, but the situation had undergone a strange and earth-shaking change. The original situation was that Meng Wuya and his people were chasing after Chu Yang, and they were on the verge of annihilating the enemy at any time. However, after that night, the situation had become very delicate. On the surface, the situation was the same as before. Chu Yang and his people were still running away. Meng Wuya was still chasing after them. But the real situation, every time the first to launch an attack was no longer Mo Yunqian's people, but Chu Yang's people. They were like a pack of leopards that were being chased, and who knows when they would turn around and take a vicious bite. Just one bite, but it was so painful that it penetrated the heart and lungs. As the days passed, as long as it was night time, Mo Yunqian's army would be even more vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. But even with such vigilance, they still couldn't avoid being attacked by Chu Yang's people. In such a continuous 7 to 8 days of rushing, Chu Yang's side launched a total of 30 attacks. Every time, there would be some gains, more or less. Of course, Chu Yang's side didn't have no losses at all. In these 30 over attacks, they still lost one person. The reason was very simple. He didn't listen to orders and was greedy for merit, and was surrounded by the enemy. The losses on Mo Yunqian's side were slightly more, and they were counted in the hundreds. After 7 to 8 days, there were only 1,000 people left in the army of 2,200. Towards such a result, the people on Mo Yunqian's side almost ground their teeth to pieces, and their eyes turned red. The grievances and depression in their hearts were simply monstrous. But now that the situation was not as good as the enemy, they could only suffer losses. In these 7 to 8 days, more than tens of thousands of miles had passed under their feet, and hundreds of Mo Yunqian's warriors fell under Chu Yang's sneak attacks. Chu Yang seemed to be addicted to sneak attacks, and his attacks were endless. Completely no one could accurately predict the timing of Chu Yang's next sneak attack. He came like a whirlwind and left like a whirlwind, as if he came at will and left in an instant. All the people on Mo Yunqian's side were mentally and physically exhausted. When they reached the river, there were only 1,000 people left under Meng Wuya, the last 1,000 people, and they could only follow from afar and didn't dare to get as close as before. These 1,000 people who were lucky enough to survive were all so skinny that they were out of shape. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken into their eye sockets, and their faces were green and black without any color. Chapter 1987. After Chu Yang and the others had arrived at the Fog River, they had immediately collected all the ferries in the vicinity. They had only chosen one big boat for the purpose of crossing the river. King of Hell Chu had spent a lot of purple cloud coins to buy all the other boats. Then he set fire to all the ships. 33 people, including Chu Yang, boarded the ship in an orderly manner when the fire soared to the sky. Then they set sail and left. The moment the boat left the shore, Chu Yang stood on the mast and said loudly, "Old General Meng, I have troubled you to send us off. Chu Yang will remember this kindness in my heart. I will definitely repay you in the future. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Old General Meng, everyone, we will meet again." The wind whimpered. That big boat slowly entered the boundary of the Mist River under the eyes of Meng Wuya and the others. The dense fog that covered the sky and covered the earth only lasted for an instant before it completely covered the ship. Nothing could be seen. After crossing this river, it will be the Demon Emperor Heaven. It will no longer belong to the Eastern Royal Heaven. Chu Yang looked at the fog and muttered to himself, Demon Emperor Heaven. That was a mysterious place. In addition to the vast territory, it was also full of mystery. After this, it would be equivalent to having half of the pursuers behind him. Even if Mo Yuntian had reinforcements, they would only be able to slowly search for him. However, the next time they meet, he would have to engage in a life and death battle with Mo Yuntian's men in the Demon Emperor sky. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Hide? It was definitely impossible to hide. The people he brought were all on the Mo Yuntian list. Sooner or later, they would be found out. Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud sending Menguia and the rest over this time, although it could already be considered to be heavily pressuring the border. With the current result, they still underestimated Chu Yang's tenacity. So, once Mo Yuntian sent out troops again, he would not make the same mistake. At that time, there would be thunder, mountains in heaven, and earth collapsing. Chu Yang knew that the temporary relaxation was just like the temporary calm before the storm. Although his expression was calm and indifferent, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. We've finally left the eastern royal heavens. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the dense fog. The eastern royal immortal realms was the place where he first came to the celestial world. There were simply too many things that happened here, too many memories that were hard to forget. Although he was reluctant to part with her, he did not regret it. Bai Yuchen stood beside him. Her sleeve that was missing an arm fluttered in the wind. She couldn't help but sigh emotionally as she said, "That's right. We've finally left the eastern royal heaven." Chu Yang was startled. Then he shook his head and laughed. In the hearts of Bai Yuchen and the others, the eastern royal sky was simply a nightmare. All of his misfortune had started here. Now that he had left, of course he would be in a good mood. However, Bai Yuchen didn't know the true meaning behind Chu Yang's words. Donghuang Heaven. I actually wanted to leave long ago. Chu Yang looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. His heart surged. The Eastern Royal Heaven is too safe for me. Moreover, I have too much backing. If I don't leave the Eastern Royal Heaven, I, Chu Yang, will never be able to grow into a hero. Although the pursuit this time was filled with danger and death, I know that the Eastern Royal Heaven officials are helping me. They are sparing no effort in helping me. If I really meet with a life and death situation, I'm afraid that Shuel Leihan will personally take action. What I'm afraid of is not sacrifice or death. What I'm afraid of is backing, especially when it's a limitless backing. Chu Yang mocked himself. With a backing, it's inevitable that I lack the will to improve. Therefore, I have to leave. I have to leave. Coming to the Demon Emperor Heaven, I have no one to rely on. The Eastern Royal Heavens forces are also too far away to help. I'm the only one here. With my current group, I will continue to roam the world. Chu Yang said indifferently, although being in the Demon Emperor Heaven means that I'll have to face worse situations than before, I have no other choice. I'll gladly endure it. Regardless of whether it was the heart of an expert, the soul of battle, or the path to the peak, they all had no other choice. Yes, we have no other choice, Bai Yuchen said with deep emotions. Just now, when Chu Yang was muttering to himself, he heard the last two sentences. If we don't rise in battle, we will perish in battle. Che Shu said quietly. Everyone stood on the ship and looked at the fog in front of them, as well as the completely unpredictable path ahead. They felt the ship slowly move forward, and no one said a word. It was completely silent. The future was vast, just like the fog that covered the sky. Only by sprinting in one direction and not turning back would they be able to walk out. If they hesitated, they would only walk in circles on the same spot. Then they would be lost and die. The ship moved forward quietly. The wind and waves were quiet. After leaving this fog river, we will be in the Demon Emperor Heaven. Menguia looked at the fog in front of him and said indifferently, "Immediately send a message back. Say that Chu Yang has led 32 subordinates and entered the fog river. Their destination should be the Demon Emperor Heaven. Yes, go to further places to look for ships. We also have to cross the river at the fastest speed. Do everything possible to keep their tracks. Yes, above a patch of fog, on the north bank of the fog river, in a patch of fog, Yen Russian's expression was melancholy. He muttered, "Brother, the future is long. We will meet again someday. You must take care of yourself. It's my incompetence. I can't protect you." Yen Russian sighed sadly. "I hope that when you come back again, it will be the day when the king returns. As your brother, I will be honored." Yen Russian looked deeply at the fog in front of him and said quietly, "Brother, take care." This pursuit, when both parties had not given up yet, seemed to have already ended prematurely. But this pursuit that had a start but no end virtually shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court. There was a person who killed Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's youngest son. This person was called Chu Yang. Not only did he kill Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud's son, he also killed more than 200 first-rate experts of the Ghost region in that battle. Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud was enraged and sent out Wind Thunder General Mengwia to lead an army of 10,000 to pursue and kill Chu Yang. Along the way, they fought for 80,000 miles from beginning to end. Chu Yang used incomparable wisdom to escape all the way, counterattacking all the way, and even used all kinds of methods to deal with the enemy. In the continuous battle with the enemy, he accumulated breakthroughs all the way and finally climbed to the Heaven Realm level. The Chu Yang whose strength improved greatly counterattacked sharply, killing Mo Yuntian's army until they were in disarray. 10,000 great army, 1,000 people were buried in Eastern Royal Heaven forever. Finally, Chu Yang led his subordinates and successfully shook off Meng Hui's pursuing troops, entering the Fog River, entered the Demon Emperor Heaven's boundary. This news spread throughout the entire Heaven Imperial Court rapidly, like a gale. All the people who heard this news felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. How can there be such a fierce person in this world? This is really a living idol. Especially after the various major sects returned with resentment. This kind of rumor with obvious prejudice became more and more popular the more it spread. It gradually developed to the extent where it was universally praised. In the rumor, Chu Yang was the embodiment of justice, not fearing power, not fearing evil forces, and fought vigorously. On the other hand, Mo Yuntian and Meng Wu had become indiscriminately evil bastards. Although this was the truth, but the rumor smeared Mo Yuntian's name a little too much, especially General Mengwia, who was directly written as a snobbish villain who would not rise early without benefits. The original intention of this operation also became to bootlick the Sky Emperor, to get the chance to send troops this time by flattering him wantonly. But unexpectedly, the bootlicker hit the horse's leg and sat on the hard stubble, piercing his chrysanthemum red, and so on. As for Yuan Tianji, he was without tolerance, biased, unable to distinguish right from wrong, obstinate, and self-opinionated all in all. It was as unpleasant as it could be. The entire Heaven Imperial Court had been quiet for tens of thousands of years, and it seemed that it had been quiet for too long. This time, it finally completely exploded, especially when these rumors were pushed vigorously by a mastermind behind the scenes, and the situation became more and more intense. Although the various major sects knew that they could not afford to provoke Mo Yuntian, it was still very good to use this kind of method to disgust Mo Yuntian and vent their anger. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was discussing this matter. Most people's gazes were cast towards Demon Emperor Heaven, where the target was located. They were looking forward to the news of Chu Yang's battle with Mo Yuntian to continue to spread, so as to satisfy everyone's gossipy heart. Of course, to a large extent, it was also to vent their anger. This time, Mo Yuntian had offended all the super sects completely. Only the Extreme Heavens reaction was somewhat indifferent. Other than the Earth's Heart Pavilion's clear statement and completely mocking Mo Yuntian, the number one Heavenly Sword Alliance was silent. Chu Yang's rise is already unstoppable, but we cannot add fuel to the fire. When necessary, under the premise that it does not harm our interests, we must give Mo Yuntian a certain amount of assistance. Yuntian's words set the tone. In my opinion, Chu Yang is much more dangerous than Mo Yuntian. At the same time, in various parts of the Heaven Imperial Court, the commotion caused by this news was completely different. Dreamlike veranda. Emo Chingu sat anxiously in front of a group of little fellows, chattering away endlessly. You are from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Your big brother is called Chuyang. Isn't your big brother the Chuyang who is dressed in black, has big eyes, and is especially handsome and charming? Oh, right, when he smiles, does he frown first before smiling? Is he? A series of hundreds of questions like this made the group of little fellows dizzy. They were completely at a loss. Originally, they thought that this number one genius of the sect had come, and she was so beautiful, so everyone was a little flattered. But after answering these questions continuously for a few days, and every question had to be answered several times, the little fellows were instantly dazed. Fuck! How many times have you asked? Aren't you annoying? Is this still the number one genius of this sect? What kind of brain? What kind of memory? What kind of intelligence? Chapter 1988. I wanted to say something, but I suddenly didn't know where to start. Right now, I'm smiling. Yes, you're not mistaken, I'm smiling. And it's a proud and calm smile. This month's competition was different from the past. In the past, the pressure was less because, no matter what, there were always times when I was in the lead. But this month, I kept falling behind. I kept falling behind until now. The pressure was getting bigger and bigger every day. I carried on like this. On one hand, I had to fight for the monthly votes and honor. On the other hand, I was fighting with myself every day. Can I still hold on? Can I still hold on? I'm already so far behind, but what I'm proud of is that I'm the winner in my own battle. Although this month was difficult, I endured it day by day. Yes, endure. Every day was a torment. That kind of pressure, I don't know if you can understand. Today, I said to myself, I'm only 1,500 votes away. There's still a chance. Let's write. Tomorrow, I said to myself, I'm only 1,700 votes away. There's still a chance. Let's write. Then, slowly, I said to myself, I'm only 3,000 votes away. There's still a chance. Tonight, I looked at the monthly votes list and said to myself, I'm only almost 5,000 votes away. This kind of pressure is getting bigger and bigger every day. I'm proud that I didn't break down. At the beginning of the month, I said that I would go all out this month. I think I did it, because tomorrow I'll go all out again. Maybe I won't win against my opponent, but I've already won against myself more than 20 times. This battle, I have no regrets. I'll remember this month, because this month, the pressure on me is unparalleled. At any time in the future, I'll be proud that I endured it. Every day, after writing a new chapter, I feel like I'm about to collapse. On one hand, it's tiring. On the other hand, it's even more tiring to withstand the pressure from myself. But I didn't collapse, did I? Shouldn't I be proud? There are only 27 hours left in this month. What should I do? Beg for monthly votes. Fight. Fight until the last moment. Stand out. Where are you now? At the last moment, charge with me. What lies ahead is perhaps a fixed failure. Are you willing to accompany me? Cast your monthly votes. Let this world be shaken again. For our standout. The last stand. Pride to be with us. We are the standout. Stand up. Fight. Who cares about victory or defeat? Chapter 1989. Emo Chingu snorted and said, Humph, I am your big brother Chu Yang's wife. What's wrong with asking around? What? Nonsense. Absolutely not. You're not. It's definitely not yours. The group of little fellows immediately clamored. There was a wave of opposition, as well as a kind of disappointment and jealousy that the most precious thing has been snatched away. Emo Chingu didn't care. Instead, she was proud. She took out her Qingwu dream saber and said, Look at this. This is a gift from your big brother Chuyang. It's a treasure that only I have. Look at this. It's also a gift from him. And this, she thought to herself, you bunch of little girls. How old are you to be jealous of me? Looks like Chu Yang is really a playboy. He won't even let go of such young girls. Could it be that he's really 8 to 80 years old? Bah, what am I thinking? Forget it. When I see him, I must teach him a lesson. This is He Tian's injustice. As for Chu Yang being hunted down, although Mo Qinggu was also worried, she didn't really care. If one were to say who had the most confidence in Chu Yang in this world, it would be Mo Qinggu. No one else could. Chu Yang would definitely be fine. Perhaps the process would be a little dangerous, but he would definitely be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Chu Yang, but my strength needs to increase faster. I heard that Chu Yang is now at the heavenly human level. I can't fall too far behind him. I have to work harder. Therefore, whenever Mo Qinggu was tired from training, she would come here to rest. It was good to not see him, but to hear his news. Ha ha ha, I've improved a lot today. Every time Mo Qinggu came, she would deliberately give these little fellows a blow. Therefore, everyone worked hard. Not only did they compete with Mo Qinggu, but they also competed with each other. They all wanted to fight for the first place. No matter what, they couldn't embarrass big brother Chu Yang in another place. Mo Tianji walked out of the secret chamber, feeling the improvement of his cultivation. He couldn't help but feel gratified. The elixirs of the heavenly court are indeed extraordinary. The elixirs I snatched during this period are really quite useful. But then he heard a series of news about Chu Yang. In comparison, the little sense of accomplishment that had just risen in Mo Tianji's heart instantly disappeared. So, Chu Yang has already reached this stage. I haven't improved enough. I still need to work harder. Go for it. Mo Tianji fiercely ordered. Lord Mo Tianji was now a bandit leader with more than 10,000 subordinates. He had always been a gentle and refined leader, but he had issued the strictest order for the first time. Continue plundering the entire world for me. Who cares who he is? It's the same for the officials. With Mo Tianji's master of manipulation and calculation, and his ability to see through the mysteries of heaven, everything was naturally successful. The team continued to grow. Of course, there were more and more treasures. Oh, it can't be. Luo Kadi howled like a wolf. How can boss be so powerful? It's over, it's over. I've been left behind again. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? It's all your fault, you bastards. You didn't even manage to snatch anything useful. Hurry up and move on. The bandit leaders wanted to cry, but had no tears. They wanted to say something, but stopped. Big brother, do you have any conscience in your words? The things we snatched during this period of time have already pushed you to the peak of heaven stage, and you're still not satisfied. Who the hell are you? Continue to snatch. Continue to snatch. Luo Kadi seemed to have gone crazy. We have to improve quickly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Looks like we have to work even harder. Gu Duxing stood by a river somewhere. No matter where they were, the reaction of the Tribulation Brothers at this moment was shockingly unanimous. Damn it! We've fallen behind. And we've fallen so far behind. That won't do. We have to make the best use of the time to improve and catch up. The only thing they had in common was that whether it was Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Ao Xiun, Xiadan Qiong, and the rest, none of them took the matter of Chu Yang being hunted to heart. It wasn't that they were too heartless or heartless. It was just that they had too much confidence in Chu Yang. Big brother Chu Yang being hunted down? It was normal. Too normal. If there was a day when Big Brother wasn't hunted down, that would be really abnormal. Especially when he came to this new world and was about to open up the scene, expand the situation, and establish a territory. How could he not be hunted down? Being hunted down was a matter of course, an appropriate matter. As for whether anything would happen, what a joke! Was there a need to ask this question? How could anything happen to Big Brother? How many times had he been hunted down? Every time he wasn't hunted down, and in the end, he was the one who was hunted down. Big Brother was the tribulation sword master. What we have to do is to work hard to improve our own strength. One day in the future, we will still be together with Big Brother. We will still have to fight side by side. But now is not the time. With his insignificant cultivation level, he would only be a burden to Boss if he went. Of course, other than the Tribulation Brothers, there were also a few others who started their own actions after hearing this news. They moved from their respective worlds and rushed straight to the Demon Emperor's sky as if they were flying. It was a young girl in white. Her features were picturesque and she was indescribably beautiful. Her figure was graceful and hard to describe. Such a young girl walking alone in the martial world was, of course, too eye-catching. Countless wild bees and butterflies, or some fellows who thought that they were rich, had family backgrounds, and had power, naturally had some dirty thoughts in their hearts. But wherever this beautiful young girl passed, those who dared to provoke and flirt with her had already turned into a pile of white bones. Those who thought that their families were powerful had their entire families turned into graveyards. She didn't seem to move, but after she passed by, people would realize that all those who had offended her had all turned into white bones. This journey was talked about by the later generations, and it was hailed as 10,000 miles of mountains and mountains, 10,000 miles of journey. Gods and ghosts avoid, gods and ghosts cry. It was on this journey that the name of Heavenly Poison Young Miss suddenly resounded through the Heavenly Imperial Court. There was another person who flew all the way, to the extent that he didn't even care about the considerable foundation that he had single-handedly built. This person looked very grotesque, and as he walked, there was also a rain of blood behind him. My poison technique is already close to completion, and my cultivation is also increasing rapidly. I will definitely be able to help Big Brother this time. The young girl in white thought, my demonic technique has already reached completion, and I feel that someone as handsome and dashing as me will definitely be useful. Even if I still can't kill those bastards, I'm still confident that I can charm a few of them to death. I still have this bit of confidence. The grotesque person thought, and I also need to fight. Of course. I especially miss that blissful girl who could find me as her husband. I'm very colorful, and she's even more colorful, right? That must be it. At another place in the Heavenly Imperial Court, Wu Jiueching, dressed in a cotton robe, sat in a restaurant and drank wine. This place was less than 10,000 miles away from purple cloud heavens, where demons were running wild and the battles were extremely intense. Wu Jiueching cultivated and rushed all the way, and finally chose to settle down here. Here, at least I'll be closer to my brothers. Right now, he was listening attentively to the legend of Chu Yang's battle with Mo Yuntian in the restaurant. Wu Jiueching had a smile on his face, and he didn't comment. Right at this moment, 3 people walked into the restaurant together, chatting and laughing. Haha, old 8, what you said is really exciting. It's a pity that it's too far away, and we can't go there due to our duties. Otherwise, even I would want to go and help him. Not just you. Why wouldn't I want to go too? Ha! I heard someone say something recently, and it's very trendy. I've noted it down, and it's just right for the current situation. It's like this. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Let's eat quickly. After eating, we still have to hurry back. We don't know how the battle is going, and if we lose to the other guys, we brothers will be embarrassed. Wu Jiueching poured and drank by himself, his face calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. However, when he heard that person speak, he almost instinctively turned to take a look. But after this glance, Wu Jiueching's expression suddenly changed drastically. His face suddenly turned as white as snow. Then, Wu Jiueching's face suddenly flushed red, and his whole body started to tremble. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud thud. It smashed into pieces. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but he actually couldn't say anything. The other 3 also sensed the abnormal atmosphere and turned to look at him at the same time. The next moment, The three of them exclaimed in unison. In the eyes of the three of them, that young man who was lean and dressed in clothes as white as snow, with an elegant demeanor and a handsome face, was just like back then, just like in their dreams. At this moment, this young man was looking at them with an expression of ecstasy and disbelief. The look in his eyes, however, was clearly that the world had changed, and he was already in heaven and earth. The three of them felt their eyes heat up at the same time, and they roared at the same time. Second brother. Their roars were like crazy, and tears fell from the eyes of the three burly men at the same time. Chuyang floated on the mist river for a whole 7 days before he finally reached the opposite side. How wide was this river? Chuyang really didn't know, and how deep was it? Chuyang didn't know either. But when he finally stepped onto the land on the opposite side, Chuyang only had one sentence in his heart. If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan. Jiangnan, was it this Jiangnan? Chuyang suddenly felt a fire burning in his heart. Demon Emperor Heaven, I, Chuyang, have come. Who would have thought that I, Chuyang, would come here with so much trouble and the hatred of the two sides of the world? What will be waiting for me? Is it an opportunity? A crisis? A turning point? An opportunity? Is it a danger? A natural disaster? A tribulation? Or something else? The moment he came ashore, Chuyang sharply discovered that this Demon Emperor Heaven was indeed different from the Eastern Royal Heaven. When he looked out from the Eastern Royal Heaven, he saw that there were people everywhere. When he looked out from the Demon Emperor Heaven, he saw that there were also people everywhere. However, people were very different from each other. Chapter 1990. At first glance, the people in the Demon Emperor's heaven and earth were all very strange. Chuyang clearly saw a fat guy staggering out of a restaurant in the distance. He had a fat head, big ears, and a big belly. His face was red and his eyes were blurred. It was obvious that he had drunk too much. This is from P. After eating and drinking in a restaurant, it was normal to get drunk, drink too much, and even vomit. It wasn't worth making a fuss about. For example, when this guy walked out of the restaurant with 5 people and was blown by the wind, he really found a corner and started vomiting. After a while, his body softly fell to the ground. Up to this point, everything was still very normal. But in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. The moment that guy fell down, he abruptly turned into a fat weasel. Then, with a whoosh sound, he drilled himself into an unknown place. This is really... fuck. Chuyang was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. This was also possible, and the people around him did not seem to be surprised by this change at all. It was as if they were used to it. The only one who was surprised was Chuyang himself. When they had just come ashore, they had already felt the demonic aura that covered the sky and covered the sun. But if those people did not take the initiative to transform, it was really impossible to tell who was human and who was demon. Demon Emperor Heaven. It really is Demon Emperor Heaven. Che Shu-chu stared the direction that the weasel left in and clicked his tongue in wonder. This kind of guy, if he landed in the ink cloud sky, he would have been caught and skinned long ago. But here he actually acted as if he didn't exist. The corner of Bai Yu Chen's mouth curled up. She wanted to laugh, but she warned, Shao, don't speak such words casually in the Demon Emperor sky. The fellows here, if any one of them were to reveal their true form and be skinned, they would be very valuable in the black cloud sky. Che Shu-chu made a sound. Everyone looked very relaxed at this moment. Before they got off the boat, they had all changed into clean and neat clothes. Now, everyone was dressed in bright and neat clothes. They blended into the crowd and looked no different from the natives of Demon Emperor Heaven. A group of more than 30 people chatted and laughed, with an unprecedentedly relaxed attitude. They stepped into Demon Emperor Heaven. As Chuyang walked, he kept thinking about the question from before. Is this Jiangnan the same as Jiangnan? After entering the city in front of them, Chuyang and the others immediately split up and went in from the northern city gate. They passed through the city in a very short period of time. When they gathered again, They were already outside the southern city gate. Then they left, leaving behind a cloud of dust. They didn't linger. After meeting up, there was only a brief discussion before the entire group was once again split up into parts. This time, the dispersal was on a large scale. The traces of the dispersal covered more than half of the Demon Emperor sky. Within such a large area, the dispersal was filled with uncertainty and randomness. The entire journey took them no less than 10,000 miles. Finally, they reunited in a quiet small town once again. This small town was not big, but it was not an ordinary place. Instead, it was the region closest to the core of the Demon Emperor heaven. That was because they only needed to travel another 3,000 kilometers. It was the location of the highest authority in the Demon Emperor sky, the Empress Palace. Empress. This was the title that all the subjects of the Demon Emperor heaven addressed the Demon Empress. Just like how the subjects of the Eastern Royal Heaven were used to addressing Shwe Leihan as Eastern Royal Emperor. In order to hide their traces as much as possible, Chu Yang and the others all changed their appearances. They had no choice but to change their appearances. Perhaps it was because the city they first came into contact with was filled with humans. Chu Yang and the others didn't pay much attention to their appearances. However, as they got closer and closer to the core of the Demon Emperor heaven, there seemed to be fewer and fewer humans and more demons. For example, there were many people in this small town. Although there were still humans and demons, there were more demons than humans. There were even many humans who were demons in human form. If Chu Yang and the others didn't pay attention to changing their appearances, it would be too easy for them to be exposed. Chu Yang, who was the first to arrive, bought a large house that had been abandoned for a long time. Then he dug a normal well in the courtyard. Under the water of the well, he dug another tunnel that led directly to the slums in another area. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Naturally, there were more than a few tunnels that led to the outside world. Many tunnels were dug below, connecting to a few rundown houses on the surface, which became Chu Yang's temporary residence. There were many people here, but it was also the area with the most floating population. It was a place where great hermits hid in the city. Chu Yang and the others settled down here for the time being. On the surface, everyone was doing their own things, living and working in peace and contentment. However, everyone was actually seizing the time to cultivate, hoping to have a new breakthrough before the new wave of enemies arrived. Especially by Yu Chen, who had lost an arm because he was the most obvious target. He didn't even step out of the house, staying in the maze-like tunnel to cultivate. During this period, Chu Yang had been trying to open the tribulation space, but he hadn't been able to do so. He really didn't know when he would be able to use his biggest trump card again. The only gratifying change was that the spiritual energy was gradually decreasing. It was no longer as endless as before. This made Chu Yang feel somewhat comforted. It's good that there are such signs. It should be soon, right? It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't have the patience to wait, but he was really short of medicinal herbs now. Cultivation, improvement, treatment, nourishment, all of these couldn't be done without medicinal herbs. Chu Yang wanted to open the tribulation space precisely because of this. Now, the incomplete version of heavy pills had been completely used up. As for the super version of heavy pills, although there were still 2 left, they could only be saved for emergencies. Other than that, they were completely broke. Well, they weren't completely broke. It seemed that they still had less than 700,000 purple cloud coins. Generally speaking, this was a huge sum of money. During this period of time, the divine spirit of the tribulation had been absorbing the deathly energy from the almost continuous battles, and had recovered a little. After all, the casualties on both sides were at least saint-level experts, and this was undoubtedly very beneficial to the divine spirit of the tribulation. But speaking of complete recovery, without a certain amount of deathly energy, there was still absolutely no hope of recovery. It was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain such a large amount of deathly energy. The divine spirit of the tribulation required deathly energy. Not only was there a requirement for quantity, but the quality was also very important. The deathly energy of ordinary living creatures, and even the deathly energy of ordinary martial artists, had almost no effect on the divine spirit of the tribulation. At least the deathly energy of martial artists of heaven level and above would have a certain effect. Since completely escaping from Mo Yuntian's pursuers, the divine spirit of the tribulation no longer had any good healing resources. It could only rely on a certain amount of deathly energy provided by Chu Yang to recover its condition. But this situation changed again after coming to this small town. Less than 1,000 miles south of this town was a place of ancestral tombs of the demon race. It occupied an extremely large area, and for many years all the demons in the vicinity died. Their corpses would be buried in the ancestral tombs, or simply thrown in. To the divine spirit of the tribulation, this place was undoubtedly a place of great nourishment. In fact, this was also a big reason why Chu Yang chose to stay here. Of course, there were similar places around the dozens of cities of the demon race that he had passed by earlier, and a few of them were even bigger than this. But Chu Yang definitely didn't dare to stay in such places. There was no other reason other than that the target was too big. No matter what, they had finally settled down for the time being. Although the time of settling down might be very short, they could still take a few breaths. At least they could release as much of the anxiety and urgency of being chased previously as possible. Many of them went out on the first night of settling down with the purple cloud coins that Chu Yang had given them. They called it to enjoy the scenery of a foreign land. Actually, everyone understood. These few fellows had gone to visit the kills. Perhaps Chu Yang didn't know, or perhaps he had already expected it, just as he was settling down in Lone Bamboo City. The reinforcements from Mo Yuntian had already split into 5 groups and entered Demon Emperor Heaven. There were even the peak battle power of the 3 big sects that had come out in full force to Demon Emperor Heaven. They had no choice but to come. They didn't dare not to come. Kill those people and capture Chu Yang. It will be considered as atonement for your crimes. If you can't complete this mission, the 3 big sects will disappear from Mo Yuntian forever. This was the ultimatum that Mo Yuntian's officials had given to the 3 big sections. Or it could be said to be the ultimatum of death. So this time, the 3 big sects were all fighting with their lives on the line. No one really took the Sky Emperor's threat as a joke. The experts of the sects that had been mobilized this time, other than the sect masters who still needed to hold down the fort at home, the rest had all come out in full force. Just the experts belonging to the 3 big sects had already rushed into Demon Emperor Heaven in a scale of more than 20,000 people. At this point, there was no choice but to mention something else. After Meng Hui's request for help was sent back to Mo Yuntian, the entire imperial court of Mo Yuntian was shaken. Before this, no one would have thought that the great general of wind and thunder, Meng Hui, would actually fail. He was actually defeated, and even forced to such a state by the enemy. He had no choice but to ask for help from his home. The news from Meng Hui completely didn't mention the various grievances he had suffered in Eastern Royal Heaven. He also wouldn't mention it, and didn't dare to mention it. At such a sensitive time, Meng Hui knew that this kind of news was enough to cause an earthquake that was enough to shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But even if he didn't mention it and was willing to swallow these grievances, just the news of his defeat alone would cause Yuan Tianji to fly into a rage. This Chu Yang isn't simple. Yuan Tianji said, if he doesn't die, there will be no end of trouble in the future. The enmity of killing is absolutely irreconcilable. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian, Yuan Tianji, made the following decision practically at the first moment. Mo Yuntian's deputy commander Yu Qi, lead the 10 generals under your command, 3,000 Mo Yuntian Imperial Guards, 30,000 elite troops, and another 20,000 troops from the Blood Fiend Army. The troops will be divided into 5 groups and enter Demon Emperor Heaven to rendezvous with Meng Hui. Go all out to capture Chuyang and the remaining evildoers. Meng Huia was unfavorable in battle and damaged my Mo Yuntian's prestige. He will be demoted by 1 rank, and his salary will be forfeited for 3 years. He will be allowed to redeem himself by meritorious service. Observe the future. Under Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's command, Mo Yuntian's winds and clouds shook. Chapter 1991. The entire Heaven Imperial Court seemed to feel the impending storm and thunder. Originally from P. The reason why Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun sent out troops this time was obviously not purely to capture Chuyang, but to establish his power. Meng Huia's unexpected defeat caused Mo Yuntian's reputation to fall. The entire Mo Yuntian couldn't accept such humiliation. Therefore, Yuan Tianji must destroy Chuyang with a thunderous force and establish Mo Yuntian's immortal reputation. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was shaken. Everyone, including the Lord Saint, focused their gazes on the south of the Misty River, in the direction of the Demon Emperor Heaven. However, it was also at this delicate moment that there was a sudden drastic change in the battle situation at Purple Cloud Heavens. The latest news came from there. After a long million years of recuperation, the extraterrestrial demons were about to give up on the small fights during this period of time, and were preparing to send out troops with the intention of conquering a few more worlds to be used by the birthing demons. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was instantly tense. The unexpected arrival of this news seemed to have even surpassed the news of Mo Yuntian's aggressive attack. After Xue Leihan sent off the Lord Saint who came out of nowhere, he immediately rushed to Purple Cloud City. However, after he arrived, everything he saw and everything he heard made the East Emperor furious. Bastard, what were you thinking? Why did you do things like this? Looking at General Lan, Xue Leihan was furious, almost clenching his fists. General Lan had followed Xue Leihan for more than 1,000,000 years, but he had never seen the Emperor so angry. Moreover, he was angry at himself. He was sweating profusely on the spot, drenching his clothes. The most important thing was that Great General Lan himself was still a little confused. What did I do wrong? Why do I feel like I didn't do anything wrong? I asked you to stop Mo Yuntian's army, and this is how you did it. Xue Leihan's voice was cold. I asked you to protect the East Royal Heaven, and you let Mo Yuntian trample on the rivers and mountains to protect it. General Lan's head touched the ground, not daring to answer at all. In the big tent, only the 3 generals kept quiet out of fear, trembling all over. The others had been chased out long ago. However, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was suddenly filled with the aura of an emperor. The wind and clouds changed color, and the universe became miserable. Once the Xue Leihan Emperor got angry, it was enough to affect the aura of heaven and earth. Although he clearly knew that the matter was not as serious as the Emperor said, Great General Lan still lowered his head and admitted his mistake. It was obvious that the Emperor was furious. Would it be unwise to force an explanation? Has Chuyang already confirmed that he has entered the Demon Emperor's heaven? Xue Leihan asked seriously. Yes. Xue Leihan looked up at the sky, remaining silent for a long time. The air within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have completely condensed into a single piece in an instant. In the distant sky, countless experts who were flying in the air for some unknown reason suddenly found themselves frozen in the air. He couldn't fly forward, backward, or upward. He could not descend any further. Just a moment ago, it was still safe in the sky, but all of a sudden, even the space was completely frozen. Everyone was aghast. What was going on? After a long, long time, Xue Leihan finally exhaled. Forget it. The sealed space, which covered an area of no less than 10,000 miles, suddenly opened with a whoosh, like glass suddenly shattering. During this period, no matter who it was, as long as they were flying and frozen in the air, their bodies turned into dust at the same time. Not even a drop of blood was left. Great General Lan felt his back. His cold sweat had already formed a river, and his clothes were already drenched, dripping down along the corners of his clothes. Yuan Shetu is dead, and Yuan Tinji is going to kill Chu Yang. But if Chu Yang dies... Shuel Leihan suddenly paused here, and only after a long time did he say slowly, "Then I will kill Yuan Tinji." Great General Lan's heart skipped a beat. Even his scalp was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the cold sweat covered his head and even flowed into his eyes, making Great General Lan's eyes sour. He finally understood one thing. It was only now that he finally understood. This time he was filled with regret. It turned out that all the measures taken by the emperor and all the orders given to him were for the sake of protecting that Chu Yang. This realization made Great General Lan scared out of his wits. It turned out that my understanding was wrong from the start. Putting the cart before the horse, no wonder the emperor was so angry. If I had known this, why would I still care about Mengwea? I would have directly buried Mengwea and the 10,000 people here without caring about anything else. I was really smart all my life, but stupid for this moment. For one Chu Yang, the emperor actually planned to get rid of another heavenly emperor. What kind of person is this Chu Yang? Chu Yang. Shuel Leihan seemed to be explaining, or perhaps he couldn't bear to see his loyal subordinate confused and in pain. Finally he said softly, "Chu Yang is my brother." He looked deeply at Great General Lan and said softly, "My only brother, the only brother that I acknowledge." His voice was very calm, but when this calm voice landed in the ears of Great General Lan and the other two generals, it was tantamount to a shocking thunder. Everyone was dizzy and their bodies swayed continuously. Great General Lan and the rest had long known that Chu Yang was Yan Rushan's brother. They had even complained about Yan Rushan behind his back. Why didn't he think about his own status, actually becoming sworn brothers with such a small character? Wasn't he afraid of lowering his own status? This Chu Yang was actually the emperor's brother. Oh my God! What kind of situation was this? Great General Lan even had the urge to slap himself. Why didn't I get closer to the people and get closer to Chu Yang back then? Shuel Leihan took a breath and said softly, "If Chu Yang dies and I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long." When he finished, Shuel Leihan flicked his sleeves and left. But Great General Lan couldn't take such a blow anymore. His body swayed twice, and he suddenly sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, his face was as white as paper. The consequences of Chu Yang's death were actually so serious. His life and death. It actually concerned the emperor's life and death? Was this possible? It was impossible. But why did the emperor say that? Oh my God! This sinner knows his mistake. This sinner will go to the demon emperor's heaven right now and bring Chu Yang back. I would rather die than let Chu Yang come back alive. Great General Lan roared and jumped up. "You're not allowed to go." Shuel Leihan had already walked out of the tent and shouted. The three of them were dumbstruck. Why? Since Chu Yang means so much to the emperor, why didn't he let us go and rescue him? "There's no need to go." Shuel Leihan turned around slowly. If we were to go now, Chu Yang's previous 10,000 miles of escape would not be possible. It would become completely meaningless. The reason why he risked his life to escape from the Eastern Royal Heaven, other than to avoid a great enmity, is because... I understand. He looked up at the sky and sighed. I understand. Demon Emperor Sky, Empress Palace. The Demon Empress was dressed in an indifferent white robe as she sat upright on the snow-white lotus flower in the center. The lotus slowly rotated on its own, and the hall was filled with an extremely peculiar spiritual energy. Suddenly, the white light in the hall flickered inexplicably. Then, the hall fell into an extreme darkness. Only bits of starlight lit up abruptly, like stars in a clear night. Heaven cover? It's actually heaven cover. The Demon Empress slowly opened her eyes, and a trace of heartfelt surprise flashed across her eyes. She looked at the hall that was originally her own. The illusory starry sky now. Heaven cover was an extremely special divine spirit secret technique. Only when the divine spirit of a ruler of another world was projected into another world would such a situation occur. At this moment, the projection returned to the void of the primordial chaos. I wonder who has the time to visit this old friend of mine. The demon empress' eyes flashed with sparkling white light. She said calmly, her voice incomparably beautiful, as if containing infinite friendship. In a boundless land of stars, a black-robed figure stood with his hands behind his back. He walked out slowly, standing in front of the demon empress. The person who came was tall and wore a simple golden crown on his head. He looked like he was only about 30 years old. His face looked as if it was carved by a knife or sword, and the outline of his face was completely distinct. His eyes were cold, as if completely devoid of any emotion. He walked out with his hands behind his back, like a high and mighty god walking in the mortal world, overlooking the mortal world. Although the person in front of her was only a divine spirit projection, everything about him was exactly the same as the real person on the other side. Only after reaching the level of DE could one have such a miraculous ability. Xin, we haven't seen each other for many years. Have you been well all these years? The black-robed man asked indifferently. The demon empress sat still and said indifferently, "You're not dead yet, and you're as healthy as before." "Of course I'm well." "Yuan Tianjia, why have you come here today? How dare you? How dare you rashly activate heaven cover? Aren't you afraid that I'll activate the restriction here and make your divine spirit projection stay here forever, or even completely destroy it?" The black-robed man was the projection of the dark cloud heaven's emperor, Yuan Tianjia. Yuan Tianjia was slightly startled when he heard this. Then he smiled and said in a gentler tone, "We haven't seen each other for many years. You don't have to scare me the moment you see me, do you? Aren't you afraid of scaring me away?" The demon empress said coldly, "You make it sound like we have some kind of friendship. Speak frankly, why have you come here?" Yuan Tianjia was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Xin is as smart as ever. She wouldn't come here for no reason. Xin, I've come here to ask for a favor. I hope you'll agree." The demon empress slowly raised her head. Her tone suddenly became piercingly cold. "Yuan Tianjia, why don't you try calling me Xin again?" The hall was suddenly plunged into an extremely cold place. Yuan Tianjia smiled helplessly and waved his sleeves. "Fine, I won't call you that. I'll just take it that you like me calling you that. If you have something to say, then say it," the demon empress said coldly. "If you're done, then get out of my sight." The demon empress was very rude, but Yuan Tianjia wasn't angry at all. He still had a gentle smile on his face. Each of them was in charge of their own world. Each of them was the ruler of their own world. However, every time they stepped into someone else's world, it was equivalent to using their own world to suppress someone else's world. That was why they were called heaven suppressing. It was natural for the demon empress to be so rude. "My men have already split into 5 groups and entered the demon emperor heaven," Yuan Tianjia said indifferently. "This action has truly offended the demon empress' dignity. This emperor apologizes. I've come here to explain to you that my men's purpose in entering the demon emperor heaven is to capture someone called Chu Yang. It's definitely not to start a war with the demon emperor heaven. As long as they capture the person, my men will leave immediately and won't stay any longer. In order to make up for your losses, I'll compensate the demon empress with a mysterious heavenly pendant after this to express my sincerity." The demon empress frowned. Just as she was about to speak, Yuan Tianjia continued, "This person killed my son. Therefore he must die." The demon empress fell silent. The enmity of killing, My men definitely won't dare to take the initiative to start a conflict with the people of the Demon Emperor Heaven. Therefore, if there's really an accident, please be lenient. Yuan Tianjie lowered his posture and said softly, If the Demon Empress is willing to lend a hand, this Yuan promises to owe the Demon Empress a favor. This Yuan will definitely repay this favor in the future. The Demon Empress took a deep breath and said, I know about this matter. I'll consider it carefully. Many thanks. Yuan Tianjie nodded and smiled. In order to express my gratitude, if you have anything to do with this Emperor's ink cloud sky in the future, I'll allow you 3 times. After he finished speaking, Yuan Tianjie's figure slowly walked back. The starry sky seemed to have suddenly shrunk and disappeared rapidly. Just as the last bit of starlight flickered and dissipated, Yuan Tianjie's figure also happened to step into it. The heaven-suppressing divine art's profoundness was actually so similar. It allowed Yuan Tianjie's divine soul projection to cross thousands of miles of space and appear in a foreign land like a real person to talk to the Demon Empress, who was at the same level. The Demon Empress sat there without moving. She was silent, but there was a hint of doubt between her brows. Yuan Tianjie's son was actually killed by this Chu Yang. The Demon Empress had been in the palace all this time. She had already apologized and ignored the affairs of the world for many years. She actually didn't know about such a huge matter until now. As she thought about it, she suddenly smiled. This guy offended Yuan Tianjie. He's really unlucky. She was just thinking about how to help Yuan Tianjie. After all, the conditions that Yuan Tianjie promised this time were really very generous, and his attitude was so humble. Not only was the Demon Empress very moved, but she also felt very happy. Men. She was just about to shout these 2 words when suddenly there was a flash of white light in front of her. Then there was a moment of darkness. Then, in a dark place, the sparkling stars gradually lit up. Even with the Demon Empress cultivation, she almost wanted to swear at this moment. Heaven-suppressing divine art. It's actually heaven-suppressing divine art again. Could it be that I'm possessed today? It hasn't even been an hour, and my Demon Emperor's sky has actually been heaven-suppressing divine art twice. A few black lines appeared between the Demon Empress' brows. It was obvious that she was extremely angry. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? But who is it this time? If it's still Yuan Tianjie, the Demon Empress was already prepared. Then she would directly smash the projection with a punch. Who cares about your father's promise? The starlight flickered quietly and a white shadow flashed. A person with his hands behind his back walked out of a desolate, starry sky. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had a scholarly air. However, he had a natural aura of dominating heaven and earth. Chapter 1992. It was actually the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heaven, Xue Leihan. Donghuang's projection descended upon the Demon Empress Palace. The Demon Empress widened her eyes. Xin, it's been many years since we last met. Have you been well all these years? The man in white asked with a smile. The Demon Empress' lips twitched. This bunch of bastards, the first thing they said when they met was still the same. The first thing they said to Yuan Tianjie was not wrong at all. Could it be that they had discussed this beforehand? The Demon Empress sat still and said lightly, You're still alive and well. Of course I'm well. Xue Leihan, what are you doing here? How dare you? You actually dared to activate heaven? Aren't you afraid that I'll activate the restriction and shatter your divine soul projection and make it stay here forever? Or even completely shatter it? The Demon Empress actually repeated what she said to Yuan Tianjie to Xue Leihan, wanting to see how Donghuang would respond. The only difference in the whole sentence was that the words Yuan Tianjie in the original sentence were changed to Xue Leihan. At this moment, even though the Demon Empress was furious, she felt even more amused. That man in white was, of course, the Heavenly Emperor of the Eastern Royal Heaven, Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan was slightly startled when he heard this. Then he smiled and said gently, "We haven't met for so many years. You don't have to scare me like this the moment we meet, do you? Aren't you afraid of scaring me away?" The Demon Empress had goosebumps all over her body. His entire face was filled with black lines, and it instantly surged up. This sentence was exactly the same as Yuan Tianji's reaction and reply. Even the tone and expression were exactly the same. Did she really see a ghost? Or did the two of them discuss this beforehand and come to tease me? The Demon Empress was furious. Her face immediately darkened. She frowned and said coldly, "Xue Leihan, did the two of you discuss this beforehand? I originally thought that the two of you wouldn't be so bored. But the reality before my eyes tells me that the two of you are really in cahoots." Xue Leihan couldn't help but be stunned. He asked subconsciously, "The two of us? Who is the other person that Xan is talking about? Are you still going to pretend?" The Demon Empress said angrily, "The two of you didn't even miss a single word." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Could it be that this Empress is so easy to tease in your eyes? Does teasing this Empress give you a sense of accomplishment? Empress. Humph. Although the Emperor is in front, it doesn't mean that this Empress is inferior to you. Xue Leihan was truly at a loss. Xian, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you're mistaken. The Demon Empress snorted and said, "Fine, fine. I won't argue with you anymore. You're lowering this Empress status. Let me ask you, did you come to this Empress place because you have something to ask of me?" Xue Leihan laughed heartily. "Not bad. Xan is indeed as intelligent as ever. I wouldn't have come here for no reason." Before Jiang Yi could finish, the Demon Empress finally couldn't hold it in anymore and completely exploded. "You still dare to say that you didn't collude?" Even this sentence was the same. "Can't you at least change your words a little? Do you have to be so ruthless? Each and every one of you is like this. Just the two of you have the nerve to call yourselves celestial emperors of a region." Pooh! Although she was furious, she didn't object to Xue Leihan calling her Xan. Xue Leihan suddenly quietened down. He said slowly, "The other person that Xan is talking about is another celestial emperor. Is it Yuan Tianjie?" The Demon Empress was furious. "Who else could it be? Why are you pretending? Do you think you can still get away with it?" Xue Leihan's face darkened. He said, "He came to you to ask you to help him capture Chuyang?" The Demon Empress said, "That's right. It was indeed discussed beforehand. You're finally not hiding it anymore?" Xue Leihan took 2 steps and suddenly raised his head. With a frosty face, he said coldly, "You agreed." The Demon Empress could clearly feel that with these words, Xue Leihan's aura became stronger and stronger. There was actually a faint murderous aura that gradually grew. The domineering aura was no longer concealed at all. The Demon Empress finally realized that something was wrong. She couldn't help but frown. She said, "So what if I agreed? So what if I didn't agree? Do I have to consult Your Majesty East Sovereign's wishes for my decision?" Xue Leihan said indifferently, "How would I dare to interfere with the Demon Empress's decision? It's just that I came to you for this matter. I believe that your purpose isn't to kill Chuyang. How can you mobilize 2 celestial emperors for mere junior? Since it's not to kill, then you want to protect Chuyang?" The Demon Empress said sensitively. Even though the Demon Empress' mind was slightly hazy due to a moment of anger, she had already regained her wisdom and instantly understood the mystery behind it. "I do have such intentions, but it's not just that." Xue Leihan's eyes focused. "My purpose here is not so simple. I came specifically to tell you not to interfere in this matter." "Tell me?" The Demon Empress laughed. "What right do you have to tell me? Xue Leihan, His Majesty East Sovereign. Don't think that you're really the boss of this group, just because DE Empress is your leader. You, Xue Leihan, are not qualified to warn me." The Demon Empress was furious. Once we talk about this matter, you actually call me Demon Empress, and you don't even call me Exen. Shuel Leihan said indifferently, whether I'm qualified or not. What's the use of talking? You'll naturally have a lot of opportunities to know this. But I'll still tell you, even if you don't help Yuan Tianming this time, Yuan Tianming won't do anything. After all, he has so many children. I believe that he won't really go to war with other worlds for a child, especially when he has to face a celestial emperor of the same level. The Demon Empress suddenly felt a sudden pressure. She said involuntarily, "Will you? You must know that Yuan Tianming is facing a murderous enemy. It's perfectly justified for him to take revenge. What is right and proper means nothing to me. I'll only tell you that this Chu Yang is my brother," Shuel Leihan said indifferently. "Others may not know, but you should know what I can do for my brother." Brother? The Demon Empress' heart trembled violently. Yes, others may not know, but as a descendant of the first emperor, she knew very well. Back then, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor was the East Emperor's brother. After the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor Zi Hao died in battle, Shuel Leihan charged into the extreme heaven in anger. He went to seek an explanation from the saint. In the end, the matter escalated into a big fight with the saint. After that, although Shuel Leihan was defeated and retreated, he also established supreme authority between the first emperor and the empress. No one had ever dared to really fight with the saint. Only Shuel Leihan had the guts and managed to escape unscathed in the end. For his brother, he dared to fight with the saint. If she really killed his brother, what would the result be? She didn't even have to do it personally. As long as she interfered in this matter, it would be equivalent to indirectly causing the death of his brother. This feud would really be huge. If Chu Yang dies in the Demon Emperor Heaven, our two worlds will go to war. Shuel Leihan looked at the Demon Empress sharply. He said indifferently, "I'm definitely not scaring you." "You think you can scare me?" The Demon Empress was furious. Shuel Leihan said stiffly, "That's why I said I'm not scaring you. When the time comes, not only will I go to war with you, but I'll also go to war with Mo Yuntian. I, the East Emperor, hereby swear to the heavens, the day Chu Yang dies will be the beginning of a great calamity for the three worlds." Shuel Leihan slowly retreated into the starry sky. "Let's see if I can completely destroy the three worlds." "Shuel Leihan!" The Demon Empress screamed, exasperated. "Stop right there." But Shuel Leihan had already taken the last step. The starry sky instantly shrank and disappeared. Bang! The Demon Empress slammed her palm on the table in front of her, instantly smashing it into pieces. She roared furiously, "Bastard! Big bastard! Shuel Leihan, you bastard to the extreme! Motherfucker, to actually casually place such a hot potato in this Empress Demon Emperor sky. He obviously doesn't want me to have an easy time. Dong Huang Shuel Leihan, Moyun Yuan Tianji, I'll remember the two of you." The Demon Empress was still furious. Everything in the main hall was smashed into pieces. "Shuel Leihan, you bastard! You're obviously threatening me." The Demon Empress hadn't lost her temper like this for almost hundreds of thousands of years. But this time, she was indeed mad with anger, almost losing control. Within a day, she was overshadowed twice by two celestial emperors. Wasn't this sullen enough? If that was all, it was still fine. But that damn Donghuang Shuel Leihan actually threw down an oath to threaten her. This was blatant contempt, blatant blasphemy, blatant coercion. Must I listen to a bastard like you? The Demon Empress roared. "I'm going all out with you to help Yuan Tianji. I want to kill your brother. Let's see what you can do to me. I'm so angry, so angry. Guards!" The Demon Empress yelled. Her voice shook the entire Demon Empress palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 people rushed in, seeing the once magnificent hall suddenly become a mess. All of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there an attack from outside? But even though it was a mess, why weren't there any traces of fighting? The demon empress' face was full of murderous intent. She waved her hand and shouted, "Pass down my order!" The three of them stood up straight at the same time. The demon empress hadn't been so stern in many years. It seemed like something big was about to happen. The demon empress was only halfway through her sentence when the meaning of her words suddenly changed. "Pass down my order. Clean up the hall." Then she sighed. Sigh. The three of them fainted at the same time. "Oh my God, Your Majesty! Your Majesty, you're too! You called the three of us in with such great fanfare and gave us such a serious order. Just to clean up the hall?" The demon empress sighed deeply for a while. She really couldn't explain it to outsiders. She was very clear that Shuel Lehan was definitely not joking. He could totally do it, and he even dared to do so. If Shuel Lehan really went crazy, he would definitely be able to destroy both worlds at the same time. Chapter 1993. Although she was extremely displeased, the demon empress didn't dare to risk the entire demon emperor's heaven. Dong Huang Shuel Lehan had the guts and boldness. Although she was extremely displeased, the demon empress didn't dare to risk the entire demon emperor's heaven. Dong Huang Shuel Lehan had the guts and boldness. But the demon empress had more to worry about. Sigh, the situation is more important than the person. Even if I offend Yuan Tianjia, it's still better than offending Shuel Lehan. The demon empress pondered gloomily. Anyway, that guy Yuan Tianjia can't defeat me. Besides, Yuan Tianjia's behavior is indeed very detestable. That guy Shuel Lehan, although he's also very detestable, he still has some redeeming qualities. No matter what, he's still considered mine. As she thought about it, the demon empress' fair face actually turned red. Then she flew into a rage. That bastard! So many years have passed, but he doesn't know how to restrain himself. He even threatened me when he asked for help. And he even threatened me. How despicable. But that Chu Yang, who exactly is he? The demon empress' anger gradually subsided, and she began to think. This little one is not simple. Not only did he kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, but he's also the sworn brother of Heavenly Emperor East Royal. Speaking of this, a burst of anger rushed up again. That bastard Shuel Lehan. You only know how to worry about your brother. Why don't you just come and take him away yourself? Why do you still leave him here? Why do you leave this scourge in my demon emperor's heaven? Then she ordered, "Come, call the Grand Empress back." Someone came up and reported in fear, Grand Empress is in Luohua City. How can I not know that he's in Luohua City? The demon empress shouted angrily. I said to get him back here as soon as possible. I don't care where he is. Go and do it quickly. Yes. The three of them quickly cleaned up the mess in the main hall and retreated with cold sweat all over their heads. They really didn't know who had provoked the demon empress today to make her so furious. Then the three of them were shocked, because they clearly felt that the demon empress divine sense aura suddenly spread out and covered the sky and the earth. For a moment, everything within tens of thousands of miles was under the surveillance of the demon empress divine sense. And it didn't disperse for a long time. The demon empress actions seemed to be searching for something. The entire divine sense search process actually lasted for an entire hour. 1 hour later, the demon empress finally sighed and said, I can't find it. When that little bastard comes back, let him go straight to Chuyang. She also wanted that stinky primary school student to learn her skills, so that he wouldn't have to follow her around every day and not even get half a good look from her. What a fucking coward. The demon empress spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, Despicable. This little bastard was just as despicable as his father back then, other than pestering her relentlessly. He didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. How despicable. I can't stand it anymore. A table. White jade table. Wu Jueching sensitively sensed it. The white jade table in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of impurities. It was sparkling and translucent. With a single glance, one could even see through the white jade table and see the ground below. Even an ordinary person would be able to see it. On the table, there were only 4 wine cups. Wu Jueqing sat at the head of the table. Looking at the huge table, he was speechless for a long time. 3 burly men sat at the head of the table. One was arranging the wine, one was serving the dishes, and one was cooking. Each of them had their own duties. Everyone's eyes were red and swollen. Everyone seemed to have thousands of words to say. But when the words reached their mouths, they couldn't even say a single word. Shimin Wanli, who had always been the most proficient in cooking, had put the soy sauce and vinegar in the wrong way for the first time. He hurriedly tried to adjust it, but to no avail. He had no choice but to throw away all the dishes and start over again. But this time when he was cooking, drops of tears fell into the iron pot just like that. With a sizzling sound, the tears had already turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Second brother, these years, have you been well? June Weiling took a deep breath. Her face was contorted. She tried her best to control her voice so that it wouldn't tremble. But as she spoke, even though it was just a few short words, her voice still started to tremble unknowingly. Wu Jueqing shut his eyes tightly. He felt the churning emotions in his heart twisting and turning several times. An indescribable feeling of bitterness welled up in his heart. With a hoarse voice, he said, "I've been well. How have you guys been?" The brothers were all speechless. In the kitchen, a sizzling sound could be heard. It wasn't clear whether it was Shimin Wanli's tears or the oil, salt, and vinegar in his hands that had caused this sound. Under the light, everyone's expression looked as if they were about to cry, but they were all trying their best to hold it in. Every one of them was smiling. Even though their smiles were uglier than crying, they still forced themselves to smile. Her. Another man's face was contorted as he forced a smile. Second brother, are the heavenly layer doing well? Wu Jueqing trembled. With a trembling voice, he said, "The heavenly layer is still the heavenly layer. Not bad. 7th brother Yen, you can rest assured now." That 7th brother Yen seemed to heave a sigh of relief, but he also seemed to be a little disappointed as he lowered his head dejectedly. This 7th brother Yen was the 7th brother of Wu Jueqing's generation, Yen Huanming. His dejection at this moment seemed to be because there was a question in his heart that had yet to be answered. June Weiling, who was keeping them company at the side, took a deep breath and finally said, "Second brother, is that person doing well?" The moment this sentence came out, Yen Huanming, who had his head lowered, instantly held his breath. Shimin Wanli, who was playing the symphony of pots and pans, also stopped all his actions. The whole room fell silent. The few of them were waiting quietly for Wu Jueqing's answer. This moment was short yet long. It was obviously just a short moment of waiting for a sentence. But in the hearts of these people, it felt as long as hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Wu Jueqing only felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said hoarsely, "That person, who is that person you are talking about? I don't understand." The 3 of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. They stared at Wu Jueqing, all of them speechless. Then the 3 of them lowered their heads. But the silence in the room disappeared, because in the kitchen, the sound of cooking rang out again. After a long time, all kinds of dishes were served on the table. Shimin Wanli also finally put down the pots and pans in his hands and sat at the table. He washed his hands, but Wu Jueqing clearly noticed that Shimin Wanli seemed to have washed his face as well. The corners of his eyes also seemed to be showing signs of redness. Wu Jueqing sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as if he was already drunk before drinking. Steam rose. Wine, it was good wine. This wine, it's called Hero's Blood. June Weiling took the lead and raised her cup. "Second brother, this is a strong wine that was brewed after the heavenly emperor of purple clouds fought against the heavenly demons. Hero's Blood. Just a sip, and you will feel as if the hero's blood is surging endlessly in your body. Second brother, please drink. June Weiling raised her cup high. Second brother, please drink. Yan Huanming and Shimin Wanli raised their cups at the same time. Hero's blood? I've heard so much about this wine. Wu Jueqing laughed coldly and said, It's just that. Are the few of you considered heroes? Are you worthy of drinking this hero's blood? This sudden sentence was like a ball of ice thrown into a blazing fire. For a moment, the room fell silent again, a deathly silence. But Wu Jueqing still seemed unsatisfied. He suddenly stood up, raised his cup with one hand, and slammed it on the ground. He shouted, Why aren't you speaking? Tell me, what kind of heroes are you? Ask yourselves, are you worthy of drinking this hero's blood? Answer me. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Wu Jueqing still felt unsatisfied. He stared coldly at the three of them and suddenly laughed. But his laughter was full of contempt and mockery. When I saw this table, I understood. In the past, when we drank in the heavenly lair, even if there were only two of us eating together, or even if there were only one of us, as long as the conditions allowed, we would ask for a table for 10 people, everyone 1 seat each. Wu Jueqing said angrily, Why is there only 1 seat around this table? Tell me why. Who are you missing? Or rather, who did you abandon? Wu Jueqing's voice was hoarse. Who did you abandon? The three of them fell silent at the same time, not saying a word for a long time. Their faces were as dark as water. The sound of Wu Jueqing's panting reverberated in the air. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked the table and all the dishes on it away. He shouted, Tell me, what is your cultivation level now? Then Wu Jueqing sat down with a whoosh and asked angrily, Tell me, I want to see how far away I am from you. Have I become a frog at the bottom of a well, or a lowly ant? The moment Wu Jueqing sat down, the three of them stood up at the same time, just like back then when they were receiving second brother's lectures and guidance. They were no different. Second brother, I am now a saint. June Weiling stood up straight and said, Second brother, I am now a saint. Shimin Wanli also stood up straight. Me too, Yan Huanming said in a muffled voice. How awesome! You are all second-grade saints. Wu Jueqing laughed bitterly. I am now only at the peak of the heaven stage. Compared to the three of you, I am really far away. Even I feel ashamed. Looks like the current me is really just an ant in front of the three of you. Why don't the three of you just change this seat to 8? Wu Jueqing laughed mockingly. The gap between us is already so big. Even if you don't say it, I don't have the face to be your second brother anymore. 3 saints, if you don't remove my seat, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Second brother. The 3 of them flushed red. What are you saying? Even if we die, we will never dare to betray second brother. Second brother will always be second brother. Even if we are now the Emperor's Empress or Saint Lord, this will still not change. All these years, as long as we drink, the top seat will always be yours, second brother. None of us dare to overstep. This will never change. As long as one of us is still alive, this will always be the case. It's extremely painful. If I say that I am about to die of exhaustion, would you believe me? I originally wanted to take leave today, but Xiao Dai told me that if you take leave right after getting the monthly votes, wouldn't it be too? Chapter 1994. Tears welled up in June Weiling's eyes. Second brother, even if all of us have become peak-level saints or something even higher, you are still our second brother. Forever. Whoever dares to disrespect you, we'll kill him together. Wu Jueqing said coldly, so I still have some status in your hearts. Then what about Big Brother? What do you take him for? The 3 of them fell into silence at the same time and were speechless for a long time. Who was Big Brother? The Calamity Sword Master. The previous calamity, sword master. The calamity, sword master of their era. Wu Jueqing stood up slowly and said calmly, stepping on the heavens, pointing his sword to the east of the clouds. Who still remembers the name Yundong? Does anyone? The three of them were still like statues, not saying a word, but their breathing became heavy and hurried in an instant. Looks like all of you don't remember? That's great. Wu Jueqing laughed mockingly. Or maybe all of you only remember the last moment when you were betrayed by Big Brother, nourishing the heavens. Yet, you don't remember Big Brother's support from the beginning? Second brother, don't say any more. June Weiling suddenly reached out a hand. Second brother, what's the point of saying all this now? June Weiling said painfully, stepping on the heavens, pointing his sword to the east of the clouds. We all remember. How can we forget for a moment? But when we were betrayed back then, that heart-wrenching pain. Ha ha ha. Wu Jueqing looked up and laughed. All of you are in pain? All of you are in pain? Ha ha ha, all of you are in pain? You actually said that you are in pain. Ha ha, are you in pain? Are you really in pain? All the pain that you have endured, all the pain, are just illusions. Illusions that you think you are infallible. Can your insignificant pain compare to the pain that Big Brother endured? Wu Jueqing's tears flowed freely. His fingers trembled. All of you are a bunch of heartless things. Heartless. Heartless. All of you have no conscience. None at all. Wu Jueqing roared. Suddenly he laughed bitterly. That's true. All of you are already saints now. That's awesome. There's no need to remember the calamity, sword master. There's no need to remember friendship. Ha ha ha. Jun Weiling and the other two's faces turned red. They stood up angrily. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Second brother, we respect you as second brother, but you can't distort the truth like this. We brothers have been suffering for tens of thousands of years. Although the past was unbearable to look back on. Which night did she not cry when she dreamed of it? Do you know all of this? What right do you have to criticize us like this? During these tens of thousands of years, no one even dared to make new friends. This pain, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Jun Weiling roared, answer me. Do you understand? Do you really understand? I understand. Why don't I understand? Do you think I haven't? Wu Jueqing roared loudly. The eyes of Jun Weiling and the other two lit up. That's right. How could second brother not have experienced the pain that they had experienced? In fact, they had many brothers by their side. As for second brother, but he was all alone in the heavenly lair, his hometown that he couldn't bear to look back at. What did the three of them do just now? They actually yelled at their second brother, who they had not seen for a long time. They really deserve to die. Wu Jueqing sat down sadly and said in a low voice, Three saints, don't look at me with those eyes that say you know how I feel. I don't need your sympathy. You don't deserve it. You don't have the right. I am Wu Jueqing, a small ant that just ascended to the heavenly lair. Today I will tell you a story. Ha ha ha. If the three saints are still in the mood to listen, then listen. If you don't, I, Wu Jueqing, will pretend that I never came. Wu Jueqing's voice was extremely bleak. His heart was hurt, his body was hurt, and his emotions were gone. Second brother, Shimin wanly cried out. Second brother, no matter what you say, we will listen. Yes, second brother, we are all listening. The three of them teared up at the same time. Second brother, please don't mention the word saint anymore. We are still the original us, second brother's brothers. Wu Jueqing felt slightly comforted. He said slowly, all right, I won't mention saint anymore. Let me tell you, ha ha ha, back then there was an accident. With the help of my ancestors, I was lucky enough to escape. My only thought was to take revenge on that person. Wu Jueching's expression was melancholic. I plan to kill all the Calamity Sword Masters to avenge my brothers. The three of them clenched their fists when they heard this. What second brother wanted to do was also what these brothers wanted to do, but couldn't do. It was only until I met the Dharma Supreme that I realized that the Dharma Supreme was actually another generation of tribulation after us, the brains of tribulation. Diwu Chochang, he was also another survivor like me. Wu Jueching said slowly. So I started. Later, I finally met a tribulation sword master. It was him who solved all the hatred and mysteries in my heart for me. Wu Jueching bit his lip hard and said painfully, "We were all wrong. We were so wrong that we couldn't be saved. What happened back then?" Wu Jueching cried as he recounted. Our boss was like this gone. Wu Jueching's eyes were brimming with tears. He murmured, standing on the firmament, pointing his sword at Bai Yundong, "Who dared to hurt my brothers?" Jun Weiling and the other two who were listening to all this were stunned until they heard that sentence. Using my body to open the path of reincarnation, opening the door to the outer realm, bones as the wall, flesh as the road, blood as the wind, soul as the sky, sending my brothers to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons, nurturing my brothers to reconstruct their bodies and become immortal, fulfilling my brothers' wishes, becoming immortal in the outer realm, letting my brothers enjoy the glory of heaven and earth, receiving the highest honor. The three of them were suddenly stunned at the same time. The next moment, the three of them stood up at the same time. Jun Weiling shouted angrily, "Second brother, is what you said true? You're not lying to us?" His voice was loud at first, but towards the end it started to tremble. Wu Jueching wouldn't joke about such a serious matter. Although Jun Weiling knew this, he still couldn't help but ask. Before Wu Jueching could answer, he already had an answer in his heart. Wu Jueching closed his eyes sadly and said heavily, "I'm lying to you? Is there a need? Is there a need to lie about this?" Instantly, the three of them were stunned like wooden chickens, as if they were made of clay. If not for the fact that this is the truth and can't be erased, I wouldn't want to believe it either. Before my heart confirms this matter, how is it different from yours? Wu Jueching said painfully, "It's a pity that this is the truth. This is the reality, and I have the responsibility to tell you this truth. Our misconceptions have been going on for far too long. We've let boss down too much." The three of them stood there in a daze. For a long time, no one moved at all. Only their faces had turned ghastly pale. Their majestic bodies that were as immovable as mountains also started to tremble slightly at this moment. Actually, it's not just our boss. In fact, all the previous tribulations, sword masters before us were the same. If the tribulation's sword master really betrayed all his brothers just to fulfill his own wish, with their cultivation at that time, it wouldn't be difficult for them to live for tens of thousands of years. But why didn't we see any of them? One or two of them can be said to have met with an accident. I believe you also know that in the past 100,000 years, all the previous tribulations, sword masters were the same. Actually, the truth of the matter has long been in front of us. But no matter if it's you or me, we've all turned a blind eye to it and never realized it. It's because everyone thinks too highly of themselves. When they're betrayed and hurt, the first thing they do is to resent and be angry. They never think about the reason. It's better if only one person is angry, but when everyone is angry about the same thing, it becomes the truth. It becomes deeper and deeper, more and more hateful. Wu Jueching said in a hoarse voice, but think about it calmly. Are you that important? Do you care so much about yourself? Then what about our boss? The ones who should really feel sad should never be us. It should be the previous tribulations, sword masters. They gave up everything for their brothers. But in the end, all they got in return was resentment and eternal infamy. Also, do you know why you haven't met any descendants of the tribulation's sword masters? Wu Jueqing said in surprise. The reason is actually very simple. After the tribulations, sword masters sent their brothers away. They themselves died. As for their descendants, the history books have always been written by the victors. This is a very reasonable saying. But when it falls on the betrayer and the betrayed, it's a tragedy. Human nature can betray their friends in front of great benefits. Perhaps the truth has long been completely destroyed by those victors. Our boss is dead, so there's nothing left to say. Then, everything will be said by us. How we say it, how will the world listen? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How laughable, how laughable. So were the victors? Such victors? Wu Jueqing's words were like knives. The three of them lowered their heads in shame. I only know the story of a descendant of the tribulations, sword master. The only girl who survived was surnamed June. Later on, after the disappearance of the tribulations sword master, her family was ambushed and assassinated by the descendants of the tribulations sword masters until they were destroyed. Wu Jueqing was talking about Jun Shiju's story. He didn't know that Jun Shiju wasn't the direct descendant of the tribulations sword master, but he said it out loud now. The three of them turned pale. They couldn't stand steadily anymore and sat down dejectedly. With a poof, they sat heavily on the chairs. Chapter 1995. The three saint-level experts would lose their balance and fall to the ground due to some unknown reason. No one with any common sense in martial arts would agree with this fact. But such a ridiculous thing happened just like that. Why, you're gnashing your teeth at the boss. Your descendants are hunting down the boss descendants. They're so filial, they fulfilled your wishes, Wu Jueqing sneered. For our sake. Boss had even sacrificed his life and soul. Now that he's dead, even his soul is gone. There's no future for him, and he's going to have to bear the infamy of eternity. Yet all of you are still sitting here, drinking wine. Perfectly fine. Even boss's seat has been taken away. All of you have really taken your revenge too thoroughly. The three of them were trembling all over. Baidu search A.com. Tribulation's love moves heaven and earth. Moves heaven and earth? Pooh! Hee. Wu Jueqing sneered. His laughter was full of mockery and ridicule. But as he sneered, his tears finally fell uncontrollably. Is there really such a thing? June Weiling's voice trembled. Suddenly he roared. Even if there is such a thing, how did you know? What you've said are just conjectures. What evidence do you have? You actually want to get evidence from me. Are you really that considerate? There's so many facts in front of us, and you still want evidence? Unfortunately, I really don't have any evidence, other than what I saw. Everything else was told to me by the current tribulation sword master. Wu Jueqing said lightly. He should be the last tribulation sword master. And this tribulation sword master is the one you were talking about just now, the one who killed Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's son. I entered the Heavenly Imperial Court with him. At the same time, his brothers came up too. His brothers. Wu Jueqing's voice was full of envy. This tribulation sword master surpassed the limits of all the previous tribulation sword masters and ascended with his brothers. At that time, more than 10 golden bridges fell at the same time. The tribulation sword master and his brothers ascended at the same time. That scene, I stood on another bridge and watched in a daze. My heart was full of envy. The brothers were of one mind and never doubted. But us, second brother, you. Don't say any more. You don't want to say? Why not? Do you think I want to tell you? Do you think I'm talking to you today? Are you worthy? I just don't want boss's heroic soul to pass away. You also have to bear a bad reputation. Jun Weiling and Yan Huanmeng listened to him in a daze. Then they suddenly cried out in grief. They completely lost control of their bodies and started to cry bitterly. He covered his face with his hands. Tears flowed freely through the gaps between her fingers. Shimin Wanli let out a long sigh, one after another. As he sighed, Tears streamed down his face. The person whom he had hated for tens of thousands of years was actually the one who owed him the most? However, he had hated his big brother, his benefactor, the person who had sacrificed everything for him for tens of thousands of years. For tens of thousands of years. How comical was this? What a joke! What kind of ingratitude was this? Also, if the bloodline of his eldest brother's descendants really ended in the hands of his descendants, do I still have the face to live in this world? Second brother is right. Am I worthy? Am I worthy to be called brothers? After a period of silent sobbing, Shimin Wanli said, "Step on the firmament. Soared to the east of the clouds. Who dares to hurt my brother?" Suddenly, everyone was shaken from the bottom of their hearts. They had heard this sentence before. It was Boss who said it, but there had never been a moment like this before. When they heard this sentence, they were as shocked as a sudden clap of thunder. It was like a heart that had been cold for tens of thousands of years at the moment when it heard these words. Suddenly it became boiling hot. "Boss! Boss!" June Wei Ling screamed. She laid on the ground and pounded her fists on the ground. She cried bitterly, unable to speak. Wu Jueqing's words were like the sharpest needle that pierced deeply into her heart when she thought about it now. The three of them were in so much pain that their hearts convulsed. They almost couldn't breathe. The pain pierced through their hearts. While you were gnashing your teeth and resenting Boss, your descendants were hunting down Boss descendants. They were so filial and fulfilled your wishes. Boss even sacrificed his life and soul for us. Now that he's dead, his soul is gone, and he can't have any descendants. He even has to bear the infamy of eternity. Yet you guys are still sitting here drinking wine and Boss' seat is gone. Your revenge is too thorough. I can't help but admire you. I admire you so much that I want to prostrate myself before you. I can't help but admire you. The more they thought about it, the more regretful they felt. They felt that even if they really died now, it would be too late by tens of thousands of years. Huanming sat in a daze with her eyes wide open. It was as if she was an ownerless shell without life and soul. After a long time, a gurgling sound came from her throat. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and dripped down. She suddenly opened her bloody mouth and cried loudly. "Boss, I'm sorry. I've been scolding you all these years. I'm not human. I'm a beast, a heartless beast. I want to go back. I want to go back now. I want to kill that bunch of bastards." June Wei Ling's eyes were red and murderous. They actually dared to lay their hands on Boss descendants. Are those bastards still my grandchildren? You don't have to do it. Wu Jueqing smiled bitterly. Karma is a cycle of justice. Our clans have long disappeared in the wind. We don't know who destroyed them. Perhaps it was the new master of Calamity Sword, or perhaps it was them who had been blinded by their own interests. June Wei Ling was stunned. Then he shouted, "Good job! Good job!" When they heard that the clans built by their descendants had been destroyed, they naturally felt inexplicably sad. However, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Most importantly, when they thought of their wrong thoughts all these years, when they thought of the possibility that their Boss descendants were all killed by their own descendants, they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They didn't want to think about it anymore. More than that, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Tears flowed down Wu Jueqing's face. When he first heard about it from Chu Yang, Wu Jueqing was already agitated once. But this time, facing his brothers who had gone through the same thing, he couldn't hide the regret and sorrow in his heart anymore. He cried bitterly. At the same time, countless questions were answered by Wu Jueqing, one by one. Why did our boss have to make such a sacrifice? Why doesn't this master of calamity, Sword, have to do that now? Why? Why is it so unfair to our boss? Wu Jueqing sobbed and answered these questions one by one. The three of them couldn't stop crying. It turned out that the Calamity Sword and the Master of Calamity sword had its own history and mission. Boss actually didn't meet the requirements and had no choice but to, after a long, long time, the four of them finally stopped feeling sorrowful. June Weiling, Shimin Wanli, and the rest personally made a new table. All around, 10 seats were neatly arranged. One of them was dignified and solemn, but it was empty. There wasn't a single thing in it. Looking at the newly built table, the four of them burst into tears again. The position of boss had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Today, it was finally set up for him again. However, where was boss now? The brothers were all here. But where was the boss who had given the most, shouldered the most, and thought the most for the brothers? Thinking of this, the four of them felt like their hearts were being twisted by knives. They couldn't control themselves. What followed was an entire day and night. The four of them didn't close their eyes. They kept talking and talking. They kept recalling bits and pieces of the past. Dawn. Second brother, come back with us. June Weiling's eyes were red. Wu Jueching shook his head slowly. Go and fight the extraterrestrial demons. This is a matter of life and death. My cultivation isn't enough. Even though I'm not afraid of sacrifice with my current cultivation, even if I force myself to go, I'll only be a burden to you. I don't want to burden others and myself. Wu Jueching shook his head resolutely. Right now, I'm still working hard to cultivate and improve my own cultivation. When my cultivation is enough, I'll naturally go and look for you. After a pause, Wu Jueching said, You must take care of yourselves, at least until the day I go and see you. The three of them shook their heads sorrowfully at the same time. What's there to talk about? Boss died for us for tens of thousands of years. Compared to Boss, it's a sin for us to live another day. Wu Jueching said dispassionately, You're wrong. You let Boss down because you didn't understand his intentions. Whether you're willing or not, you have to work hard to live on and live on together with Boss. The ultimate mission of the Tribulation Swordmaster is to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Although Boss is no longer here, we brothers can't lose face for him. Our only goal in life from now on is to eliminate the demons. Those who dare to commit suicide will not only be letting me down, you'll also be letting yourselves down. More importantly, you'll be letting down Boss, who risked his life to protect you. The previous tribulations were all on this heavenly demon battlefield. Everyone was working hard to kill the enemy. We mustn't fall behind the other tribulations. As long as my cultivation is enough, I'll rush over and fight the extraterrestrial demons with my brothers. If anyone doesn't cherish their life and gives it up so easily, then they'll really be letting Boss down. Remember, your lives now aren't just for yourselves. You have to think of Boss and live on for him. Wu Jueching said gloomily, When we kill all the extraterrestrial demons, we'll have a chance to ask the heavenly Tao to revive Boss. This is the only goal I have for the rest of my life. Wu Jueching took a deep breath. Revive Boss. The eyes of the three of them lit up at the same time. At their level, they already understood a lot of things and gradually became qualified to know a lot of things. For example, the matter of revival. To ordinary people, it was an extremely absurd thing, but it didn't necessarily mean that it didn't exist at all. Now that they were reminded by Wu Jueching's words, they all felt that it was really possible. As long as the brothers worked hard and accumulated enough battle merits, they might still have a chance after splitting Boss's share equally from now on. This will be the goal that we brothers will strive for in our lives. Boss, we must bring you back to life. Chapter 1996. The three of them didn't say much and left hurriedly. PCM. Before leaving, he warned Wu Jueching again and again. Don't run around. We will come and visit you at any time. Your cultivation is really too weak now. In this world, it's hard to find anyone weaker than you. The other brothers will definitely come and visit you when they know. Hurry up and cultivate. These are some elixirs to help with cultivation. These are some spiritual treasures to help with cultivation. We have to go back and inform the other brothers as soon as possible. Every moment counts, or the other brothers will also come here to seek confirmation from you. You must take care. Second brother. Watching his brothers go back, Wu Jueqing took a deep breath and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. I really want to go and fight with you guys, but I can't drag you guys down. Brothers, wait for me. Wu Jueqing didn't reject the cultivation elixirs left behind by his brothers. In fact, he didn't even say anything courteous and accepted all of them. There was no need to be courteous when taking things from his brothers. If he were to be courteous with them, they would probably break his head the moment he said something courteous. Boss! All the brothers already know about your painstaking efforts back then. Wu Jueqing murmured. As long as there's a chance, we must grasp it and revive Boss. The brothers will shed all our blood to apologize to Boss. After a long silence, Wu Jueqing punched the hard and solid ground of the jade rock hard. This punch was completely self-torture. There was no defense at all, no cultivation at all. The ground didn't move, but Wu Jueqing's fist was immediately covered in blood. But he didn't stop. He continued to punch down, scolding angrily. What are you pretending to be cool for? Didn't you also scold Boss like this back then? You met your own brothers. Yet you speak so harshly and make such sarcastic remarks? You scolded them for being ungrateful. But what about you? What about you? What about you? How did you resent Boss back then? 40,000 years. Is your hatred any less than theirs? What are you scolding for? How can you have the face to do that? Sigh. Ever since he knew the truth, the hatred and helplessness in his heart had accumulated for too long. He couldn't let it go. Every time he thought about it, it was like a heart-wrenching bite. He hated it. He hated the heavens. He hated himself even more. Why? Why? And who could tell him why the heavens were so unfair? Why did good people have to suffer so many disasters? Faced with the hatred of his brothers, Wu Jueqing felt as though he had seen himself back then. The same disdain and resentment. Hot blood rushed to his head in an instant. He could no longer control himself. He only knew that he was filled with hatred and anger. He wanted to scold the idiots in front of him until they woke up. Bastard! Bastard! They were brothers. More importantly, it was himself. He was in a trance as he cursed loudly. It was as if Boss was standing right beside him. Since Boss wasn't around, Wu Jueqing had to avenge Boss. Although Boss would never scold him like this, even if he were here, Wu Jueqing could no longer control himself. One punch after another. Blood was flowing, and his heart was in pain. No matter how much blood was shed. Could it compare to Boss's blood and tears? No. Could he replace Boss's pain? His hands were already numb, and he couldn't feel any pain at all. His white bones were already visible. Wu Jueqing suddenly felt as though all his strength had been sucked out of him. He sat down on the ground and stared blankly at the bright red blood flowing further and further away. A teardrop fell from the corner of his eye and merged into the pool of blood. Wu Jueqing said softly, as though he was smiling and crying at the same time, Wu Jueqing, you're not a good person either, ungrateful. You're just an ungrateful villain. At this moment, Wu Jueqing was just like a helpless child, squatting in a corner and hugging his knees, sobbing. I didn't cry when I couldn't find my brothers. But since I've already found my brothers, why should I cry? But I just can't help but feel my heart ache. Chuyang had once said, such a hero, even the heavens have to account for it. Wu Jueqing only remembered this sentence. Heroes never die. Even if there was no hope, one had to try his best to create hope. What's more, there was still a hope that, although faint, had once existed. Lone Bamboo City. Chuyang had already stayed here peacefully for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, he had been collecting herbs like a nouveau riche. Of course, he had definitely collected them with different appearances. If he had only collected herbs with the same appearance, he would probably have been caught on the first day. The market wouldn't be willing to accept such a buyer or seller regardless of the price or cost. However, the situation was different since the 5 of them were separately collecting the medicines. Moreover, Chu Yang would change his appearance and personally go out every day. This had changed the situation from maliciously snatching the medicines to a situation where the supply couldn't meet the demand. Although the end result was the same, the market's reaction was more normal. At least it wouldn't attract too much attention. However, the herbs market in Lone Bamboo City still inevitably became popular. Under the influence of supply and demand, even some herbs from the surrounding cities began to be transported here. Seeing this situation, Chu Yang decisively stopped collecting. On one hand, it might not be a good thing to cause too much of a commotion. On the other hand, he was running out of money. Before he left, Chu Yang had more than 1 million purple cloud coins with him. However, herbs and elixirs that could quickly heal injuries and improve cultivation were naturally very expensive. That 1 million purple cloud coins seemed like a lot, but when it was really needed, he knew that he couldn't stop spending them. In these few days, he had already spent about 70 to 80% of it. Now, the tribulation space was still in a sealed state. He didn't know when it would open again. He had to make more plans for the present. In these few days, Chu Yang would secretly go to the ancestral tomb of the demon race every night. He would find a secluded place to hide and cultivate. At the same time, the divine spirit hidden in Chu Yang's space ring silently flew into the ancestral tomb. The massive amount of heterogeneous death energy accumulated in the ancestral tomb over thousands of years was absorbed by the divine spirit just like that. Although the death energy in the ancestral tomb was heterogeneous and impure, and its quality wasn't high, it had the advantage of being massive. The divine spirit first absorbed all of it, then removed the impurities bit by bit and purified it. In less than 3 days, the tribulation divine soul had recovered a little. Although it was still far from its peak, the tribulation divine soul was already very satisfied. That day, the destruction of wind and thunder was the perfect counter to his calamity. His divine soul had almost been completely destroyed. Compared to Meng Wuya, the divine spirit suffered much more serious injuries. However, in terms of its current state of recovery, the divine spirit was definitely recovering faster than Meng Wuya. Firstly, the divine spirit's physique was special. It was almost immortal. Although the injury was serious, it didn't actually harm its origin. As long as there was enough death energy, recovery was only a matter of time. Secondly, even though Meng Wuya was seriously injured, he still didn't want to rest. He was always chasing Chu Yang and mediating with people from all sides. There were many unforeseen events during this time. He suffered many setbacks and witnessed a large number of casualties. His injuries only became more and more serious. Unlike the divine spirit hid with Chu Yang to focus on healing. One had a lot of things to do, while the other had no distractions. The difference in environment between the two was completely immeasurable. In addition, there was another key point. Along the way, the divine spirit not only absorbed a large amount of death energy from the dead on both sides, but also absorbed a lot of pure death energy that originated from Chu Yang, but wasn't completely absorbed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's cultivation had reached a higher level, reaching the level of heavenly being. The efficiency of the layered heaven divine technique was naturally sharper and stronger, and its ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy had also improved. The origin energy, transformed by the layered heaven divine technique, was almost equivalent to the origin and purest energy of this origin energy. In terms of pure death energy, even an old monster like the divine spirit who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years like the divine spirit couldn't compare to Chu Yang in terms of purity. However, because there was still a considerable gap between the cultivation of the two, under normal circumstances, Chu Yang wouldn't be unable to absorb it in time and would overflow. Even if it did, the divine spirit might not care about it. However, the current situation was indeed very special. On one hand, Chu Yang was enduring the cleansing of a large amount of pure spiritual energy from the tribulation space at every moment. The divine spirit's own absorption of the world's spiritual energy was inevitably overflowing. Although the divine spirit's injuries had healed a little, it still needed pure death energy to further nourish its origin. The amount of death energy that Chu Yang overflowed was not large, but the quality was extremely high. These two were a perfect combination. The day when the divine spirit's recovery was really looking forward to. Mo Yuntian's people had now entered the demon emperor heaven. There were even people who came to Lone Bamboo City a few days ago. However, after searching around, they didn't find anything unusual. In addition, this place wasn't far from the core of the demon emperor heaven. Naturally, the people who came didn't dare to rashly offend. Without any harvest, they quickly retreated. Chu Yang seized the time to quickly collect the medicinal herbs and put them into medicine. In these few days, everyone was recuperating and cultivating. Everything was very peaceful. However, Chu Yang knew that such peace wouldn't last for long. The peace now was just a facade before the storm. And at this time, there was a youth in white, walking over with a frown on his face. Chu Yang! Where did this Chu Yang come from? The youth in white frowned with a conflicted face. I already said that he came here to seek refuge. What's the point of giving me this portrait? Why would he appear in the demon emperor heaven with his real face? Unless his brain is fried. As for why this person is like this, it's as if he's been gang raped a few hundred times. Although his human face is really unpresentable, since he can do such a thing, you can't judge a book by its cover. The youth in white was holding the portrait that Chu Yang used to register his residence. With a frown on his face and a grimace, it was as if he was gang raped by 300 strong men. First update. Second update is a little late. Later, I'll have a gathering with my brothers from Tieba on YY. Tonight, I'll work overtime to write the second update. If you can't wait, you can read it tomorrow. Chapter 1997. This is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. The young man in white looked up at the sky and sighed. I wonder how Sister Z is doing now. Sigh, although I wasn't allowed to enter the palace that day, I was at least 3 steps closer to her. It was the best time to follow up on my victory, but I was called back by my mother at this juncture and was given such a strange task. This is really too much. What could be more important than finding a daughter-in-law for you? I don't understand. I really don't understand. P.A.C.O.M. Beside him, there were 2 thin old men. As they listened to the young man in white's nagging, the 2 old men's faces were as red as dates, and they didn't say a word. If this young man was their grandnephew or something, based on his ability to talk for 10,000 miles, they would have strangled him to death long ago. This old man's ears are full of calluses now. But this young man's identity, the situation was more important than the person, so they had to bear with it. How could they not? Uncle Hu, how many cities have we searched so far? The young man in white turned around and asked. Cough, 1, Uncle Hu replied. He felt helpless. My surname isn't Hu. My surname is Gao, okay? You can't call me Uncle Hu just because I'm from the Fox clan. The old men didn't change their surnames. They didn't even change their names. Now that they were old, they had to let a kid change their surname. What the hell was going on? No, he didn't dare to say that. It was a slip of the tongue. Already won, and they were all quiet cities. I just don't understand. Why would such a powerful person choose to stay in a quiet city? The young man in white started nagging again. I think he should be in the capital, or in some place where earth-shattering things could happen. How am I supposed to find him? This is really killing me. The 2 old men's faces were as red as dates, and they continued to remain silent. This old man was a chatterbox. It was no wonder. He had been lying in bed for thousands of years. His mind was clear, but he couldn't speak. Now that he had woken up, it was understandable that he became a chatterbox. But the problem was, The two of them were the ones accompanying this chatterbox. There was no end to this torment. You called for help? We haven't even called for help yet. If you said one sentence, he would immediately talk to you for 4 hours based on your meaningless sentence. Along the way, the two of them had already made up their minds. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would absolutely not speak to him. Uncle Hu, what city is up ahead? The white-clothed youth asked with great interest. Lone Bamboo City. Uncle Hu's answer was concise and comprehensive. He would not say more than one word if he could. Yes, Luohua City was just a little further south from Lone Bamboo City. It's really not that far away. Regardless of whether we can find it or not, we can't find it. How about we all settle down in Lone Bamboo City? The Grand Elder was in high spirits and seemed to be very interested. The two old men looked troubled. The mission given by the Demon Empress was a death order. It was abnormally strict and serious, and now you actually said it. She had become so indifferent, he really didn't know what to do. If something really happened, you are the son of the Demon Empress. Even if you were to be punished, it would just be for show. What about us? Uncle Hu. Look, isn't this place very close to Luohua City? The Grand Elder begged. Although my mother has made it clear that I can't go to Luohua City, but I'll be fine in Lone Bamboo City, right? After all, it's 2 different places. If we have nothing to do, we can still stroll around casually, right? Maybe we can meet Miss Z when we stroll around. I believe that we are destined to be together. Maybe if we suddenly meet, Miss Z will realize that this is fate. It's fate that belongs to the two of us. Maybe she will secretly fall in love with me from then on. Then I will have a chance, right? So I can go home with the beauty. The Grand Elder's saliva was everywhere. He was daydreaming for a while, as if it had already become a reality. The 2 old men were speechless. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They wailed inwardly, God, Earth, help! Our Grand Elder is going crazy again. It's only been 3 days. He had already made such hypotheses thousands of times. God, our Grand Elder was hopelessly infatuated. Was it useful to declare victory unilaterally? Uncle Ma, please introduce this Lone Bamboo City to me. The Grand Elder finally changed the topic. My surname is not Ma. Uncle Ma said with a straight face. Grand Elder, my surname is Chiu, not Ma. I know. I heard from my mother that you were born in autumn, so your surname is Chiu. But you're from the horse tribe, right? Besides, you can choose the time of your birth. If you were born a few months later, your surname would be Dong, right? But your origin and your tribe can't be changed, right? The Grand Elder said eloquently. Tell me, what's wrong with me calling you Uncle Ma? It's a perfect match. Uncle Ma looked helpless. He wanted to argue, but couldn't, facing such an unreliable Grand Elder. Even if he had a talent for arguing, he could only be speechless. Uncle Hu looked at him sympathetically. Uncle Ma raised his hands and surrendered. Okay, you can call me Uncle Ma from now on. If he still didn't agree, the Grand Elder would start the lesson immediately and force him to admit that he was Uncle Ma. That would be a long and cruel process. It would be worse than torture. Since he had to accept it in the end, he might as well let his ears suffer less. Then please tell me about this Lone Bamboo City. The Grand Elder was very interested, especially the history of Lone Bamboo City. If I can't complete a mission in the future, I can tell my mother clearly. It will prove that I did work hard and did not do nothing. The 2 of them were speechless at the same time. You worked hard. When did you work hard? Don't you dare insult the word hard. Ever since a certain Grand Elder said that he had no ambition and ignored the Demon Empress orders, the 2 super experts of the demon race were completely discouraged. It seemed that they had no choice but to be discouraged. Following such an unreliable Grand Elder, even if you were a saint, what could you do? So the 3 of them suddenly slowed down and staggered all the way into Lone Bamboo City. It was as if an excited Gongzi was leading 2 walking corpses. The 2 of them were angry. God, let me die. Not only did I have nothing to do, but I also had to bear a chatterbox. Not only did he have to talk, he even changed his surname. They wandered around the city for half a day. The Grand Elder said that he was close to the people, observed the local customs. The two masters almost hit the wall. This is not your mission. Your mission is to find Chu Yang. After a while, the Grand Elder had enough of the local customs. After being pointed at and scolded for flirting with a girl, he decided to find an inn near the North Gate. The people here are not cute. The Grand Elder said. The two masters only felt that their balls were cramping. You flirted with someone's wife in front of her husband. It was already good that we did not beat you up on the spot. When the Grand Elder went out, he would definitely stay in the most luxurious hotel in the city. He would not choose the right one. He would only choose the expensive one. The expensive one might not be the right one, but it would definitely not be the worst one, although he was not officially going out with his identity. The main purpose was to complete the mission, but the Grand Elder could not lose his status, no matter the time. The best suite. The Grand Elder said to the inn indifferently and matter-of-factly, I want the highest and biggest one here. The inn worker had a difficult look on his face. Dear guest, please forgive me. The room you specified is already occupied. Why don't you? Huh? The Grand Elder was startled. Before he could say anything, Uncle Ma, who had been holding back his anger, said, Ask the person staying in there to get out. Immediately clean it up and make room for us. As soon as he said that, he heard someone say softly on the tip of his tongue, Hey, what's wrong? Chasing a girl and flirting with a girl are all about first come, first served. What's wrong? Now that he is staying in an inn, you want to kick him out and make room for you? Do you still care about the justice of the martial world? Is this the justice of the world? TSK, TSK, TSK. Demon Emperor Heaven is indeed Demon Emperor Heaven. This Grand Elder has seen it for himself this time. Awesome, really awesome. I didn't think that there would be someone more awesome than Old Man in this world. This person kept saying Old Man. Completely undisguised sarcasm and ridicule, mixed with a strong sense of provocation. It even revealed a roguish tone. The three people turned their heads at the same time, following the voice. But in the next moment, they were all startled. They saw a person standing at the top of the stairs. His two hands were crossed, and he was looking at them with slanted eyes. From the way he spoke just now, it was clear that this person was definitely a hooligan. It wasn't surprising for him to behave like this. What was more surprising, or rather special, was that this person's appearance was really a little weird. One of his eyes was big, while the other was small. One of his eyes was round, while the other was triangular. One of his ears was long forward, while the other was long backward. His entire face looked as if it had been punched by the Creator after he was created. Then he carelessly rubbed his face. Although he could still barely make out the appearance of a human, it was really a little forced. Even his two eyebrows were inverted. Also, this person's voice was extremely strange. It was like a pack of wolves howling in the dark night, mixed with a group of male ducks. The Grand Elder was clearly frightened by this person's appearance. He asked in horror, What kind of monster are you? A little late, sorry. Chapter 1998. That person walked down the stairs, swaying his shoulders. He raised his head, his nostrils facing the sky, and gently blew at the nose hair that floated out of his nostrils. When the nose hair was blown away, this person swung his hair, and with a schwa sound his messy hair was thrown to one side. PTX. I'm the guest who's staying in the Sky Room 1 now. This person squinted. In other words, I'm the one you want to chase out. As he said that, his whole body twitched, and his buttocks contracted. Am I very handsome? When you looked at me like that just now, were you shocked by my appearance? Master Tai's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt that his mind was blank. Although I was indeed shocked by your appearance, and the result was undeniable. The difference between the two was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. As the master of the entire demon clan, he could be considered as an experienced and knowledgeable senior figure. Moreover, in the entire heavenly layer, the demon clan's grotesque appearance was definitely at the top. But even so, he would never have thought that there would be someone in this world who looked so weird. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that words like, "Am I very handsome?" "Are you shocked by my appearance?" could actually come out from the mouth of this monster in front of him. Where was his conscience? With this kind of conduct, you still have the nerve to ask me where my morals are? Where's the justice? After being stunned for a long time, Master Tai suddenly flew into a rage. In that instant, he actually forgot that the other party didn't want to let him in the room. He pointed at him furiously and shouted, You said this. Do you have any conscience? You asked this. Don't you feel guilty?" Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were about to get angry, almost fainted when they heard this. The other party's question was undoubtedly beyond common sense. But Master Tai's answer seemed to be even more unexpected, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The conflict that should have happened immediately was diverted by the other party's words, and it was diverted to a completely unrelated place. And Master Tai's words were so easy to divert. He just went along with it and didn't even look back. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the sudden counterattack of this strange fellow. It was basically a foregone conclusion that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unexpectedly, when the strange man heard this, he suddenly seemed very pleased with himself and said, "You knew my wife when you were young?" The old master was confused again. What was going on? He scratched his head subconsciously and asked, "Do I know your wife?" He thought, "Is this person crazy?" This person was beaming with joy. His two eyebrows were like two earthworms twitching and jumping on his face. It was extremely frightening. He laughed and said in a clear voice, "When my wife saw me back then, the first thing she said was the same thing. What you said just now actually made me experience the taste of love again. Thank you. The taste of love." Grandpa Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Did I let you taste the taste of love? Heavens, back then. That little girl wasted a lot of my effort. Just thinking about it makes me sigh. The strange man reminisced. This guy, after such a thing, actually fell into a reverie of the past. What was even more ridiculous was that a certain old master actually felt a burst of sympathy at this moment. He thought of how difficult it was for him to chase a girl. He couldn't help but nod and feel the same. Yes, chasing a girl is really too difficult. As long as you can have the last laugh, any price is worth it. A girl, a girl. The strange man's face showed some nostalgia and also seemed to be sad. A girl, a girl, a girl. Grandpa Lin sighed and was really sad. For a moment, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma looked at each other in shock. Shouldn't these two people be fighting for the room? Under normal circumstances, the process would be one insisted on staying, the other didn't give way, and the two of them would fight. Then, if they fought until someone died, it would be normal for the head to bleed, right? Why are they chatting like they know each other so well now? What was going on? How could this be? However, these two people were talking one after another. Neither of them seemed to understand what the other party was talking about, but they felt that what the other party said was very similar to their own experiences. The more they talked, the warmer they became. The more they talked, the more they regretted not meeting each other earlier. "Brother, we hit it off at first sight. I'll treat you to a drink. You must give me some face." Grandpa Lin waved his hand generously. "I definitely can't give you this face." The strange man glared and waved his hand generously. "Unless it's my treat." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good." The two of them laughed heartily. Then the strange man laughed and walked over. He actually put his arm around the old man's shoulder like a good brother. The old man was not on guard and was hugged by the other party. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. As they talked heatedly, they found a table and sat down. Then the two of them began to bang on the table and shout, asking for wine and dishes. "Waiter, serve the wine. I want good wine." The strange man banged on the table. "Waiter, serve the dishes. I want good dishes." Grandpa Lin banged on the table. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." The strange man raised his head and shouted, "If you dawdle, I'll tear down your restaurant." Grandpa Lin said fiercely, "Hurry up. Don't be so insensible." The two of them shouted together. They were like two hooligans. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma felt their eyeballs hit the ground at the same time. Fuck! How could this be? What was going on? How could it be like this? The two of them walked over like puppets and looked at the two people sitting opposite them. They were talking about something with exultation. The two of them sat down mechanically, completely speechless, under such urging. How could the restaurant dare to be negligent? Not long after, the wine and dishes were all served. He saw that the two people opposite him were in high spirits, their saliva flying in all directions. There was no need to mention the opportunistic spirit of exchanging toasts. However, as they talked, the situation changed. It became that strange man talking alone, while Grandpa Lin listened attentively and listened attentively. "So, I killed that strange man and took out the spiritual beast core and gave it to her. Ha ha ha, she had a crush on me. Then, her brother didn't agree to our relationship. I was furious. How dare you interfere with my relationship with my wife? How could you do that? That strange man's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. He was in high spirits, insufferably arrogant. Grandpa Lin watched and listened enviously, because in the end the other party got her. Just this point alone is already much, much stronger than me. Much, much, much stronger. Women. That strange man felt the other party's admiration and envy, as well as some jealousy. He became even more complacent. My wife looked very fierce at first, but later on she fell into my hands. In my hands, she's as gentle as water. Of course, this gentleness is only for me. Ha ha! Grandpa Lin raised the wine pot. He poured the wine eagerly with a face full of admiration. Amazing, amazing. I admire you. Let's drink, let's drink. Ha ha ha. That strange man laughed. Suddenly he rolled his eyes and said, "Sigh. I seem to have neglected a very important thing." The three of them looked at him at the same time. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were nervous at the same time. Did this guy remember to fight for the room at this time? However, they saw that this person patted his head and said with realization, "We hit it off at first sight. I actually forgot to ask. Brother, what's your name?" Although in the heart, name is just a code name, but it's still better to know this code name. Grandpa Lin also patted his head. Yes, yes, yes. I was too engrossed in listening to you. It's really rude of me. I haven't asked your name yet. The two of them actually laughed awkwardly at the same time, as if they were a little embarrassed. The same action, scratching their heads. As they scratched, they laughed awkwardly. He, puff, puff. The two supermasters next to them fell under the chairs at the same time. Obviously, it was not enough. They could only actually crawl under the table. Fuck! There was actually such a weirdo in this world. After putting their arms around each other's shoulders for so long, drinking more than 10 kilograms of wine, being so intimate as if they were wearing the same pants, they actually only remembered to ask each other's names now. And both of them were. Could this be the legendary saying that if they were not of the same family, they would not enter the same house? This pair of birds of a feather was really not just a little bit. There were already too many weirdos like this, but there were actually two of them, and they were so lucky to be at the same table. This was really a lucky chance. The two masters sighed endlessly in their hearts. The two of them were actually able to witness this meeting. It was really the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. My name is Yao Ningning. May I ask for your name? Grandpa Lin directly said his real name, and the two masters did not even have time to stop him. My Grandpa Lin, this Yao Ningning, was the name of Demon Emperor Heaven, who in the entire Demon Emperor Heaven did not know. There would definitely not be a repeat of this situation. If it was a normal person, perhaps they would not know, but this guy had a tyrannical aura. He was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. How could he not know his name? Now that he knew who you were, he could not help but try to worm his way into being friends with you. Just look at how much we worship this guy's theory of picking up girls. Wouldn't he give you whatever you want? Grandpa Lin, you are too. You said you wanted to make friends. That's not a problem. But you have already revealed your identity. How are you going to make friends? Just wait for the other party to kowtow to you. Unexpectedly, that weirdo laughed, his eyebrows dancing. Yao Ningning? Is it a girl, anyhow, of that name? Brother, I have to say, your name is a little unsuitable. It sounds like the name of a girl. It's two. He actually started to criticize. The two masters looked at each other, stunned. This weirdo actually did not know that this was Grandpa's name? Who said it wasn't? Grandpa Lin slapped his thigh, as if he had met a confidant, and said, I thought so too, but my mother refused to change it for me. I wanted to change my name, but I was scolded and beaten by my mother. You don't even know, Sai, it's a long story. Your mother is so awesome. You even have a mother to discipline you. That weirdo said with a little envy. The two masters of the demon race looked at each other, dumbfounded. They lowered their heads at the same time and drank their tea with a speechless expression. Weirdo. Definitely a super weirdo. Your mother is so awesome? Sai, his mother was the demon empress. How could the demon empress not be awesome?